Welcome everyone to this evening's presentation. And I want to be welcoming you here on behalf of the Salem Preservation Partners. I am Janie Winchell. I work here at PEM as the Sarah Fraser Robbins Director of the Dottie Brown Art and Nature Center. Stephen Mallory is my colleague here, who's the manager of our historic properties. And we have both been working pretty extensively with other partners that are all taking part in this event. The Salem Preservation Partners is hosted and really held by the city of Salem, but also includes the House of the Seven Gables, Salem Sound Coast Watch, Essex National Heritage, Historic New England, the National Park Service, Historic Salem, Inc., Destination Salem. So those are all people that have been actively participating in developing the programming for this Preservation in a Changing Climate conference. And we're really grateful to the sponsorship that was provided by the Hawthorne Hotel, and want to make sure to recognize them as well. So we are so grateful to all of you for coming and participating in this conference on a topic that is increasingly urgent and pressing. Our second annual conference of this type here in Salem, and it's gotten off to a great start already today with a fascinating and well-attended walking tour of the history of South River and Derby Wharf with VJ Joyce, who's the founder of Rekindled History, and Barbara Warren, who you are going to be meeting tonight later and hearing from if you weren't part of that walking tour. And I want you to know the event is being recorded. We're going to, when you're asking a question, we'll give you a mic so that, especially on the recording, everyone can hear. And that's going to be shared on the Preserving Salem website in about a week. So the events that are happening here in Morse Auditorium will be available to you later, or to share with your colleagues or friends and family. The reminder to please turn off your cell phones now, and if you haven't already. And now I'm going to turn it over to Stephen, who's going to give you a bit of an overview of the conference and some other information. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Janie. Good evening, everyone, and thank you once again for your attendance. We're looking forward, all of us are looking forward to what really promises to be a dynamic and informative conference on the impact of climate change on the historic built environment and the measures that we can all take to protect our cultural heritage in the wake of inevitable climate change. In tonight's session, we'll be joined by Barbara Warren, Executive Director of the Salem Sound Coast Watch, who will be giving us an introduction and local highlights of adaptation strategies, followed by Jenny Parker, the National Park Service's Supervisory Architectural Historian for the Cultural Resource Partnerships and Science Directorate, whose presentation will be to adapt or not adapt. That is the question. I encourage everyone in attendance this evening to join us again tomorrow morning, beginning at 9 a.m. here in PEM's Morse Auditorium, where you will see 3 panel presentations. Each will be followed by opportunities for audience participation in question and answer sessions. The first panel will address changing tides, a deeper dive into the new Secretary of the Interior standards. This will be followed by increasing coastal resilience over time. And then the third panel will be practical approaches to protecting and upgrading your historic building in a changing climate. So with that ado, let me make sure I've got my pages right here. I'm sorry, I'm missing something here. Okay, I'm sorry. My pages weren't numbered correctly by me. At first, what I would like to do is introduce Mayor Kim Driscoll and also congratulate her on her candidacy for Lieutenant Governor. And next, I would like to introduce Linda Roscoe Hardigan, Peabody Essex Museum's Rosemarie and Ike Van Otterloo Executive Director and CEO.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to be with you, especially for this second annual event. I feel like we're the convener of a really important conversation, and a conversation that you can't do alone. So grateful to have those of you who are with us this evening and the whole list of partners who will be joining us across the next 2 days. As a historic community for Salem, preparing for the impacts of the climate crisis is historic preservation. Historic preservation defines who we are and where we've been. It also forms an important pillar of our economy and vibrancy as a historic city, and we've acted on that. In 2016, we hired the city's first full-time historic preservation planner and established the Preservation Partners, a convening of more than 20 historic preservation stakeholders and organizations that meet routinely and discuss pressing historic preservation issues in the community. We've leveraged the Community Preservation Act, the Preservation Project Fund, and other sources to fund literally millions in historic preservation projects in our community. We've initiated a digitization project to preserve and expand public access to historic city-owned records and documents. The number of folks who have accessed that particular database is amazing. We've established the new Charter Street Center, a cemetery welcome center, and invested in preserving and protecting historic structures and spaces. I always say we're so fortunate to have the history that we have in Salem. It's really an embarrassment of riches. And for a city that is rich in history, we're also enriched by our history. Historic preservation for us is more than a spoke in the wheel that keeps our city moving. It's the engine that drives us forward. And it's the value system that guides the direction in which we're moving. It's central to our economy and to our identity. But as a coastal community, it's also at risk from the impacts of climate change. From our historic coastal neighborhoods like El Punto and the Derby Wharf, the Salem Maritime National Historic Site, we all have work to do to keep our history from being submerged by the climate crisis. The work and discussions that will be undertaken both today and tomorrow are an important part of our commitment to do something about it, to learn from each other, to continue to lean on each other to ensure these historic assets are protected. In Salem, we've established a new sustainability department, invested in both planning and implementing actions to improve resiliency and to lessen our own contributions to the climate crisis. Our goal is really to embed this work in all that we do, from planning parks to restoring assets to thinking about public works initiatives as we move forward. I want to thank all our city staff and our community partners. I know I've got staff that are here from our city, Tom Devine, Patty Kelleher. I'm not sure if someone's here from our sustainability department tonight, but we've got a team that really every single day come to work ready to make Salem a leader in this space. And I'm really grateful to have such smart, committed individuals working on our behalf in our community. And I want to thank you for being here in this important work in this important conference. We have precious historic buildings, landscapes, neighborhoods, and assets throughout Salem, and we're working hard to do our part to make sure the next generation of Salem residents will be able to enjoy them. Thanks so much for being here. And I'll invite up the owner of this wonderful space to offer welcoming remarks as well. Thanks, Linda, for letting us use this marvelous museum.
Well, thank you, Kim. And certainly I want to add my congratulations to you for your candidacy. I'm just grateful that I'm not running for public office, but for those who do, it's an incredible service that people provide when they take that kind of responsibility on. So thank you so much. Well, welcome everyone. As you can tell, we're a pretty friendly place, and we're just really excited to be part of this conference again in collaboration with Salem's Preservation Partners. Last year it was virtual, so I do hope that the energy of being together contributes even more to the difference that we can all make together. And as Janie mentioned, this is being recorded, so I do encourage you to share this as widely as possible. And certainly because you've been in and out of the museum today, or perhaps at other times across the past several months, and into the next several months, I do hope that you've had a chance or will take an opportunity to see the suite of exhibitions that we have been providing in relation to climate-related topics. And that is largely because about 2 years ago, we started developing what we now call our Climate Plus environment initiative. And we launched it last year because we do firmly believe that museums and cultural institutions have an important role to play in making it possible for people to learn and to take part in the actions that really need to be taken in the face of our planet's evolving crisis. I will tell you that before returning to PEM last August, I was at the Royal Ontario Museum, and I had the extraordinary privilege of hiring for the Royal Ontario Museum a curator of climate action. It wasn't about climate change, it was about climate action. And what I learned through that recruiting process was truly eye-opening for me, and it was a huge step taken by another internationally oriented and locally oriented museum to say that museums can make a difference in how we go about this. Now, in point of fact, because of PEM's founding date of 1799, this institution has a very strong history in terms of being involved with the environment and how we as humans are part of that environment as part of nature, and yet how indeed we also influence it for good or for bad. So today, the goal of our Climate Plus Environment initiative is really to spark conversation, to provide a learning and creative solution opportunities in terms of how it is that you come together to think through those things or to learn about things in ways of moving forward, and to stimulate action. And we're doing that through the exhibitions, the programming, and other experiences that we're offering related to the climate. So our initiative indeed includes conferences like this, as well as taking the step of revamping our own institutional practices. We're taking a hard look with the help of Janie and our facility staff and staff across the institution, gathered under the wonderful umbrella title of Climate Ideators, to really take a look at how is it that we can minimize our carbon footprint as an institution, and how can we make sure that we are providing adaptability measures for the care and preservation and use of our historic houses because of the changes that we're already seeing in our environment and the climate locally. So tomorrow morning's panels sessions will provide some important insights, I think, into these adaptation measures that we and others with historic properties in their purview are taking. So I want to thank you all indeed for joining us here, and for what your presence here demonstrates as a commitment that is so important to our human existence as part of this planet. So we have individual and collective responsibility in that regard. So now I'm going to invite Janie back up to introduce our first speaker. So thank you.
Thanks to you both for those wonderful and poignant remarks about Salem, about our institutions here, and about what we are doing collectively to address the situation that we are in. And someone who is really, I think, a spearheader in this whole arena is Barbara Warren, who's really dedicated her life in such significant ways and also in very personal and meaningful ways. As the executive director of the nonprofit Salem Sound Coast Watch, which is based right here in Salem, and she now is the Lower North Shore Regional Coordinator for the Mass Bays National Estuary Program. As a certified Massachusetts Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Provider, which I don't recommend you say that too fast, She focuses much of her work on climate awareness and coastal resilience projects, working with towns in the Salem Sound watershed on their climate adaptation planning and actions. Barbara has an MS in environmental studies from Antioch, New England, and a master's in education from Lesley University. And I expect you are making both of those institutions very proud with the work that you do. And thank you so much for all you've offered me in these projects related to our climate and environment initiative. Barbara, please come join us.
Okay, I'm short, so I want to be able to see you. So now I'm one of the tallest people in the room, right? And I can't see my notes. So often I am so excited to be here in person. It's been a long time since we have done these kind of presentations. Back before COVID, I think it was 2019, I made a New Year's resolution, which I never make. And I actually kept it, and it was like, I will talk about climate every single day or every week to someone somehow. And it was really much easier than I thought. It's the only resolution I've ever kept. So I haven't got a resolution now, but let's go here. We are here at this conference because we understand our climate is changing. And I'm going to share with you tonight some of the reasons we need to be concerned and need to be planning for this uncertain future that's being brought about by climate change. I want to begin by looking at our situation from the lens of the land and interface of the land and water. Let us examine the historical changes in Salem's shoreline. As soon as colonials arrived, they began changing the coastline, clearing the land that led to coastal erosion and filling the shoreline to build roads, wharves, and buildings. This great National Park Service map, circa 1801, shows 19 wharves, and there were more at other times, along Salem's Harbor and the South River. Within the blue triangle, we are looking at the Salem Harbor lined with wharves and shipyards. The shipyards are now, let's see if I can do this. The shipyards are now where the Shetland Park is and the Point neighborhood. The blue oval up there marks Collins Cove. The red arrows call your attention to the blue line labeled Modern Shoreline. I hope you can see that. If you can't, this map is at the Salem City Hall Annex in a climate exhibit that we put up a year ago, and it's still a very important exhibit. So that's at 98 Washington Street. So I invite you to walk over there and take a look at this map. One reason I'm calling attention to these places is because I will be returning to them during the presentation. I don't have time to go into how and why these places were filled tonight, but I do want to ask you to ponder a question. What did it take to raise these areas? Here's a graph of sea level rise from the 1880s to 2008, 128 years. The global average sea level rise or increase was 8 inches, but in Boston, it was 13 inches. How much were the lowlands and filled tidelands raised? Think about the effort to fill the land. When the fill was dug by hand, you had to have the cart pulled by mules or horses to wherever you were going. How high would you have raised the land? Probably only as high as you needed at the time. You weren't thinking about the future or storms, just get the land dry so you could build on it. And remember that since then, we've had at least a 13-inch sea level rise. So our tidelands are already, and you'll see pictures of this, are at risk. Weather tells us what, weather tells us what to wear each day, and climate tells us the types of clothes we need to own. In the winter of 2018, we had memorable weather when 4 nor'easters wreaked havoc on our coast. This photograph, taken from the National Park Custom House cupola, where the eagle is, on March 3rd, 2018, was the second day of the nor'easter Riley. Number one is the white line of waves cresting on the beach. Going out the Derby Wharf, waves are cresting over it and surrounding the lighthouse out by number 2. 3 marks the navigational channel that takes you into the South River, while 4 shows Central Wharf underwater. These storms were a wake-up call, not only for Salem, but our whole region. Every 10 years, NOAA analyzes US weather of the past 3 decades to calculate average values for temperature, rainfall, and other conditions. They were updated this past May for 1991 to 2020. We now have new normals for our climate. It's obvious that temperatures in the US are warming. As you can see from 1901, the difference -1 to look where we are now, almost the whole United States is the red, greater than 1 degree Fahrenheit. In the collection of precipitation maps, a clear US trend cannot be found. With rising temperatures, more water evaporates from the ocean and land surfaces, so we would expect the wetter weather. In fact, for every 1 degree C of rising temperature, the atmosphere holds 7% more rain. But we're not seeing that. There is not really a clear trend. Instead, drier areas and wetter areas seem to shift back and forth without any obvious pattern. However, if we look just at the Northeast as we go across, we can see that recently it appears to be getting wetter. And I think we would all probably agree with this assessment after last summer when it rained almost every day. But now we are in a prolonged severe drought. So the Earth's climate system is destabilizing. As systems approach tipping points, reactions and feedbacks become more random. We are experiencing basically weather chaos. We do know that the tides are rising faster in the Northeast, the Gulf of Maine, more than the global average. Massachusetts has downscaled the global averages for the state and major drainage basins to project temperature, precipitation, and sea level rise. So here we have the sea level rise projections. You can learn more about this at resilientma.org. There is a range of different greenhouse gas emission reduction scenarios. So you will see that the sea level rise projections, so we have it in a chart here, but we also have the same thing in a graph. And the sea level rise projections for 2050 range from 1.4 feet to 3.1 feet. But in extreme cases in 2070, we could have up to 5.5 feet. And up to 2100, the extreme case could be up to 10 feet. We do not know what the actual sea level rise will be in a particular future time, but this gives communities a way of planning for a level to plan to. The current reality is that the rate of sea level rise, precipitation, heat, and storm intensity continue to accelerate, as do our greenhouse gases. This is one of the exhibits that's in the climate exhibit at the city annex. Salem's shoreline has changed dramatically with the filling of floodplains, tidal marshes, and mudflats. The map on here is from the 1875 US Coast Geodetic Survey map, and it shows the South River. Let me just see if I can get it. So here's the South River, here's Derby Wharf, here's the Mill Pond that's in front of the Salem's post office. So all those were buried under Salem's New Derby Street, Canal Street, and Jefferson Street. As sea level rises, the areas that were filled will be the first to experience future daily high tides, resulting in what is often referred to as daily nuisance flooding. The map on the right was commissioned by the Massachusetts Coastal Zone Management and developed by the Woods Hole Group, who modeled increasing sea levels for 2030, 2050, and 2070. This modeling helps us understand the impact of shallow coastal flooding when we have the predicted future mean high water tides. That's the average of the 2 high tides a day. So what we have here is the yellow is 2070, and that indicates where the tides will be twice a day. Not during a storm, but when the sun is shining, if nothing is done. So we were here today, we walked along the South River, and this is the bank, the Mexican restaurant, AJ, the loft is right here. So you can see it comes right up to Charter Street. And then we're at Derby Wharf, you can see how the high tide, the daily tide would come. Because we live along the coast, we need to understand storm surge. This is the abnormal rise of water from a storm, which is particularly damaging if it comes at high tide. When Hurricane Sandy came to our area, it was at low tide, and we were very fortunate. This diagram illustrates how the affected area will change with sea level rise. The red arrow calls attention to an imaginary line, 1880 floodplain. And you can see it's just a diagram of how 1880, so then we have the floodplain for 2010, the seas rise, now we have a floodplain for 2050, etc. As sea levels rise, storm surge events will cause the flooding of larger areas, as you can see here, threaten resources that traditionally have not been flooded. In January 2018, the Grayson storm nor'easter had a 4 to 5 foot storm surge on top of an 11 plus high tide. So there were places, and it came from the south, which is very strange. And so there were places that got flooded that had never experienced that before. Now let us look at another map created by Woods Hole Group for the state. This is the Massachusetts Coast Flood Risk Model inundation map. And I've chosen to show you just 2 from Salem's coastal flood exceedance probability, 2030 and 2050. But more can be found on the Salem Sound Coast Watch website, and there's a link on this slide, or you can ask me about it. Remember, this is the percent chance of getting flooded from a coastal storm. The dark color of the harbor represents 100% potential of being flooded, right? The harbor's always flooded. But now look where the land is, and that has 100% chance of being flooded. That's every year. The light green indicates a 1% chance, or what we usually call as 100-year. So in 2030, the light green is at the end of Salem, the South River. But you notice that by 2070, it's up to 20%, or basically a 5-year storm. So adaptation needs to start today, yesterday. Not every place is at risk of flooding from sea level rise and storm surge or future daily high tides. We'll see during this conference the effects of other climate impacts like heat and humidity. Important areas and landmarks are threatened. We need innovative solutions to protect our at-risk areas. Community engagement and dialogue like here today and tomorrow are important for shaping preservation efforts. We need to understand how to preserve and plan so that we can take appropriate actions when needed. That's why the preservation partners and Salem Sound Coast Watch are organizing these conferences, and each year we will be able to share, learn, plan, and share our results. So I want to just talk about 3 projects fairly quickly. I could talk about an hour on each one of these, so I'm going to do it in just a few minutes. Back to Collins Cove, where the tidelands were filled. We now have a very well-used multi-use path. And here we saw an opportunity to complete a nature-based restoration that would reduce coastal flooding. So this was again during Hurricane Riley, nor'easter. So at the top, you have pictures of the before and what it looks like now. The salt marsh was trying to get established in the gravel along the path, but erosive forces were always making it difficult. So funded by the city and coastal zone management, Salem Sound Coast Watch and its volunteers planted this marsh in 2019. And it's improved the area's aesthetics. It's increased wildlife habitat and added a buffer of to the neighborhood, because just 15 feet of salt marsh can absorb 50% of an incoming wave. Now we'll move over to Beverly. This is the Water Street pump station right here, built in 1915. And it continues today to transport 11 million gallons of sewage daily from Beverly, Danvers, Middleton, and other locations over to SESD in Salem. During the study, and of course you can see it's right off the beach at basically a flood zone. During the study, planning examined protection. So flood doors were actually installed for near-term resilience. We worked on reimagining the area. How could the sand dunes help in the short run? And then we also looked at managed retreat. Where would the pump station be moved when necessary? And there's a plan now for that. It won't happen, hopefully, in 20, 30 years, but at some point it will probably have to be moved. And now SESD knows the risk and what they have to be preparing for. We've been working in Marblehead, looking to protect this historical municipal light department situated on the harbor's edge. Here we have seawalls dating back to the 1800s and current day important commercial fishing and boating uses. The good news is that the evaluation determined that the important electrical transformers that provide Marblehead all its electricity are high enough to be safe. They're way up in the back. But however, the harbor-facing basement door, which provides, they did a renovation and they put wonderful geothermal in there to heat the building, but that's the only access to the geothermal, and that has a risk of being flooded. So flood-proof doors, removable flood barriers were installed. And we are hoping to continue the climate adaptation planning process here in Marblehead to include better public access and better water-related activities as seawalls are rebuilt. In Salem, recently undertook the Coastal Resiliency Project in the Point neighborhood and modeling flooding from the inland and the ocean from sea level rise, storm surge, and rain, assessing vulnerable populations and community assets that would be affected by this future flooding, and making recommendations to help that they learn from the community to make it more resilient to flooding and extreme heat. So it's not just flooding. So heat islands, particularly in an urban environment, can be a serious problem. And so we talked about education, cooling centers, increasing tree canopy to reduce this heat island effect, which you can see from here. If you were in the urban and rural environment, temperatures coming in at 85, but when you're downtown, it feels like 92. And working downtown and then walking home through the common, I feel it all up throughout the summer. Those trees are so important. So we're working with the city on their Greening Gateway City program too. You will hear tomorrow how heat and humidity are problems for historic properties. So this graphic brings home what we're headed regarding heat and precipitation. It measures heat index, which is how hot it feels given the temperature and the humidity. And this is a great graphic. I first saw it in 2013, done by the Union of Concerned Scientists. This one came from a presentation by Mass Audubon. But so here we are in Massachusetts, our 2060-2099. And look, does it feel like our temperature is getting warmer? And if anybody's lived in that area says, oh yeah, it feels more like, almost like New Jersey's weather. And this is where we're headed, particularly if we don't change our actions. So in summary, changes to our climate are not uniform across the Earth. Here in the Northeast, our ocean, the Gulf of Maine, is already warming 9 times faster than the global average. Sea level rise is currently 3 to 4 times faster than the global average. And all these changes lead to more chaotic weather, more intense storms, and extreme heat and rain. So in conclusion, I want to end with a map of just one of Salem's historic districts. and the beautiful House of Seven Gables, where we will meet tomorrow afternoon for the reception. The Gables is one of the historical treasures we want to preserve. It is facing climate challenges, flooding, sinkholes behind their seawall, and damage from the increased moisture and humidity to their buildings. I hope I have set the stage for the following conference presentations and discussions. Thank you. I'm not sure we have time for questions, but we can, or we can wait and do it all at the end. Okay, so 5 minutes for questions, and there is a microphone up there. So if you want to raise your hand, I know it's a lot to take in. Some of you have seen some of this before. And if we don't have questions, people can definitely, we can have a discussion tomorrow, later tonight. Okay, there's one question up there.
This might be, this might be kind of a stupid question, but I just feel like maybe some other people are thinking it. How can sea level rise not be uniform across the planet? Like how is it higher here than it is in other places?
Yeah, well, it's complex. As always, we have, and last year, it's in a recording. I went into great detail about that. We have currents that go they start in Antarctica and they travel up to off of Greenland, and then they sink and they go back down with colder water. And so we have these currents off our shore that are slowing down. So that's one way. We have, and then the water builds up in the ocean and then it pushes inland. Actually, we can have a discussion later. There's more than that one, but that's just one of the reasons. As Antarctica starts to melt, we are going to be impacted more from Antarctica than actually from the melting of Greenland, and that has to do with gravity. So it's all about physics and ocean currents. Yeah, so there are recordings from last year's presentations on the website, at the preservation website. And so, yeah, take a look at that one. I think we should, yeah, Janie? He's coming. The nice thing about having a conference like this is we can have discussions when we take breaks, but go on.
I was just curious if you had identified other places like Collins Cove that you could use that nature-based restoration, because that was such a wonderful outcome that you've had there.
Yeah, we would love to. And we were sort of hoping to be able to do that in Marblehead, but because of the uses, because everything is a seawall, that won't happen there. There are places in Salem. Right now, the Salem and Peabody are working on the North River on Harmony Grove. And it will be another walking path, a transportation path, get people out of cars. But as we do that, there's a potential for restoration of the river. So that's in the works right now, should be finished next spring. But we're always looking for them. The Forest River Pool, great example. So the city moved the pool back. It was being flooded, it got flooded, and they moved it up to an elevation of 17 feet. And what they did is they restored the cove that was filled in for the pool. So now we have another living shoreline, another salt marsh that was planted this past spring in Forest River Park. And where Salem Sound Coast Watch will be, and volunteers will be helping to maintain that as we go forward. So thank you for that question. So I would like to introduce our next speaker, Jenny Parker. She is a supervisory architectural historian in the Technical Preservation Services Office at the National Park Service, where she produces guidance materials and presentations related to the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. Along with co-authors Jennifer Eggleston and Jennifer Wellock, she recently published guidelines on flood adaptation for rehabilitating historic buildings. Ms. Parker is also responsible for the review of federal historic tax credit projects in North Carolina and Alaska, and she holds a Master of Fine Arts in Historic Preservation from Savannah College of Art and Design and a Bachelor of Science in Building Science from Auburn University. I know I have a lot to learn from you, Jenny, so please come up and join us. Thank you.
Good evening. And thank you so much for that introduction, Barbara. I'm grateful to have been asked here today to speak with you and share with you a significant project that the National Park Service undertook recently, the development of the guidelines for flood adaptation for rehabilitating historic buildings. I'm joined at this conference by one of my co-authors, Jennifer Eggleston, and you'll have the opportunity to hear from her during the Changing Tide session tomorrow morning. This evening, I'd like to share with you a bit of the story of how we came to produce this document. This is a story that spans many years. We do work for the government after all, so nothing happens quickly. For the three of us authors, Jennifer Eggleston, Jennifer Wellock, and myself, it was a calling that we felt compelled to see through to the end. As we acknowledged in the publication, this work was in service to the many property owners we met along the way that had been impacted by flooding. It was truly their experience and ultimately their resilience that helped us to understand and try to respond to the complex nature of this problem. For our team, the beginning of this journey is Hurricane Katrina, which made landfall on August 29th, 2005, along the Gulf Coast of Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi. We just marked the 17th anniversary of this storm, and there may be some of you in this room who have little or no memory of it. For those of us who do remember, I'm sure we'll never forget. When Hurricane Katrina made landfall along the Gulf Coast, it was a Category 3 storm with sustained winds between 100 and 140 miles per hour. It was also a massive storm stretching 400 miles across. For those of us who were fortunate enough not to have been in the reach of the storm, we watched the news for days on end, seeing catastrophic damage that stretched from Alabama to Louisiana. I personally watched the news of the storm from Jekyll Island, Georgia, where I was working at the time. It had been an active season for hurricanes in that part of the world, as I remember, and my work at Jekyll Island was as part of a preservation trades crew. I remember losing about 2 weeks of our time when I was supposed to be repairing shutters and windows so we could board up the historic cottages within the district. We were preparing for hurricanes that, fortunately for us, were threatened to hit but never actually made it to our barrier island. Unfortunately, for the Gulf Coast region, they were not spared. The nation sat horrified as we watched the levees fail in New Orleans. The National Weather Service issued a statement that after the storm hit, most of the area would be uninhabitable for weeks, perhaps longer. In the days and weeks following landfall, we saw floodwaters that failed to recede from parts of New Orleans for over 40 days. We learned that the storm surge from parts of New Orleans stretched as far east as the panhandle of Florida and measured an incomprehensible height of more than 20 feet along the Mississippi-Alabama border. So just think about that. A wall of water more than 2 stories high, pummeling the prophetically named Waveland, Mississippi, and nearby towns. Hurricane Katrina was the costliest hurricane to ever hit the United States, causing approximately $108 billion in damage by 2005 dollars, or about $163 billion adjusted for inflation. As significant as the property damage was, the human impact was even worse. The storm caused more than 1,800 fatalities. People in New Orleans were stranded in the Superdome, and other shelters without adequate food, water, supplies, or medical care. The official response and recovery from the storm was fraught with mistakes and inefficiencies, and although that's not our focus tonight, it is very important context to this story. A lesson that we all learned from Katrina is that storms and natural disasters are complicated and chaotic, and that's to attach an understatement. They change lives, they change our familiar streetscapes and our landscapes in the matter of a few hours. In short, nature has its own, often destructive rules. As time passed, the immediate emergency needs were addressed, and the focus of activities shifted from basic survival to cleanup, repairs, and eventually rebuilding. Once this shift was made, there was a call put out to the preservation professionals who had relevant expertise to lend to survey teams assessing the damage. Volunteers from across the country joined staff from state historic preservation organizations, local governments, and our colleagues based in the Gulf Coast region. From those on the ground, we as a preservation field began to learn more and more about the historic resources that were lost. According to the Mississippi Heritage Trust, significant historic sites and private homes, the storm spared none of them. Even the downtown commercial centers of Waveland, Bay St. Louis, Pass Christian, Gulfport, and Pascagoula were devastated by the raging floodwaters. Several blocks on the high ground in Bay St. Louis and in Pass Christian were all that was left of the grand, miles-long stretch of historic houses that once defined the Mississippi coast. In an article in the Washington Post, almost 2 weeks after the storm, Edward Abel, who was then the president of the American Association of Museums, was quoted to say, "I don't think we've ever in our history had an actual threat to our cultural patrimony of this scope." And in the same article, Richard Moe, who was the president of the National Trust for Historic Preservation at the time, was quoted saying, "I think this could represent the greatest cultural disaster in the history of the country. It's not just the architecture, it's the culture, the music, the food. You can't have any of it without the architecture." We also learned from the survey teams on the ground that the early days of recovery represented the Wild West in terms of how individual sites were treated. There were demolition teams out in force who were working mostly with the best of intentions to aid recovery. But we know that historic buildings are very different from modern structures. Waterlogged historic materials, like flooring and woodwork, were scrapped in many places that could have been dried out, cleaned, refinished, and saved. It became fairly common to see handmade spray-painted signs asking demolition crews to spare a specific home, even if to their eye it looked beyond repair. And then, to add insult to injury, before the end of September 2005, the Gulf Coast would be hit by another Category 3 hurricane, this one called Rita. This expanded the area of damage farther west into Texas and caused more flooding in areas that had just started to dry out. There was a lot of uncertainty about the future prospects for the affected Gulf Coast region at the end of 2005 and early 2006. I think a lot of us in the preservation field were prompted to examine some of our fundamental ideals about how we can preserve places in the face of such vast destruction. In 2007, Jennifer Eggleston was hired by the National Park Service to manage a new grant program created by Congress specifically to provide funding to support the preservation, stabilization, rehabilitation, and repair of historic properties that had been damaged by the 2005 Gulf Coast hurricanes. This program provided a total of over $53 million in federal grants to the three most affected states of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. The funding was distributed through the state historic preservation offices to a mix of homeowners, commercial properties, nonprofit organizations, and public sites. This program marked the first time that private homeowners received such federal grants administered by the Park Service. So I'd like you to imagine yourselves in the shoes of the state preservation staff and Jennifer. By the time the grant program was passed into law, the rules and processes were set, and the states received their share to then distribute through subgrants throughout the affected areas of each state. More than a year had passed since Katrina made landfall. There have been countless reports in the news detailing the mismanagement and mistakes that were made early in the response to the storm. Property owners are coming out of the worst year of their lives, having survived a traumatic event with an equally traumatic aftermath. It's not really a great time to show up representing yet another federal agency with yet another complicated application process and dive headfirst into our normal bureaucratic communication style with a focus on seemingly small architectural details. However, everyone who was involved strongly believed in the grant program and the possibilities to make a positive contribution to the recovery efforts. As a result, Jen relocated from DC to Mississippi and Louisiana so she could be closer to the program and provide needed services like site visits and provide technical support for the state staff and grantees. Jen spent a lot of time talking with the property owners and learning about the various FEMA, state, and local regulations that were coming into play with repair and rebuilding efforts. Through this grant program and the close work with private homeowners, the National Park Service began to understand the huge impact that FEMA, local and state floodplain management, and the National Flood Insurance Program have on the ability to adapt buildings for flooding and the design choices that are made. We also learned how much support and understanding the property owners really needed, especially when trying to care for their homes, businesses, and communities. To understand what I mean about the significant impacts of these programs, you first need to know a little bit about the basics. We're going to start with flood insurance. Flood coverage was once part of standard insurance policy. By the 1950s, insurance premiums collected were insufficient to cover claims, so private insurance began to retreat from providing that coverage. In order to provide help for property owners, in 1968, Congress created a program to fill the gap that private insurance had largely left. This was known as the National Flood Insurance Program, often referred to as NFIP. Since 1978, the NFIP has paid over $52 billion in claims. This program is administered by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, and it's under their mitigation division, which is the same division that oversees floodplain management and mapping. NFIP provides insurance to properties in flood-prone areas that are defined by risk prediction maps. These FEMA-created maps are where floods commonly known as 100-year or 500-year floods come from. Now, these flood risks become so well known by the associated year, and that's created vast misunderstandings in the general public about what the actual risk might be at a specific location. What we know as the area affected by a 100-year flood is actually an area that has a 1% chance that a flood could happen in each year. So when you think about it like that, I think it can change your mind about what the risk really is. It's a mental shift to go from thinking, in the next 100 years, this property is likely to flood once, to understanding that what that really means is that in the next 100 years, there's a small chance each and every year that the property will flood. These areas with an annual flood risk are managed closely by a combination of federal, state, and local government regulations and requirements. FEMA at the federal government level has established minimum standards and requirements to try to prevent increasing or exacerbating the risk to public safety and property damage due to flooding. State and local governments then establish their own regulations and requirements that fit within the FEMA framework, but they might be more directive and restrictive. These policies largely took effect in the early 1970s, essentially creating specific code requirements that any new construction within the floodplains must follow in order to get a building permit. The idea was that if we engineer the structures in these areas to withstand the predicted flood and protect any occupants that don't have to evacuate, we will decrease our overall risk. But if these regulations weren't in place until the 1960s or early 1970s, then what about everything that was constructed prior to that date? Now, I could spend a lot of time explaining the ins and outs of this issue, but the short story is that the buildings were treated similarly in this instance as with any other new or updated codes. For example, a lot of buildings that we know and care about in our historic districts were constructed before there were fire safety codes. As long as those buildings continue to function as they are, then nothing in particular is required to be altered. But once those buildings are undergoing a significant renovation, and we mean significant in terms of the dollars spent, then they are expected to be brought up to code. In the flood management world, this idea is a bit more complicated for several reasons. First, in 1989, a provision was added to the federal regulations to allow listed or identified historic properties to take an exemption if bringing the property up to code would result in a loss of the historic designation. The second complication is the flood insurance program itself. Taking an exemption does not also grant a credit or discount on flood insurance. And finally, historic buildings and materials performance is not as well understood as modern equivalents, at least in terms of resiliency to flooding. So with that background, we're going to return to our story. And we're picking back up in 2007 as the preservation field starts to figure out how to help in the massive recovery effort from Katrina. About the same time that Jennifer Eggleston was hired to lead the disaster grant program, Jennifer Wellock and I both joined the National Park Service Office of Technical Preservation Services. And this is the office that administers the Federal Historic Tax Credit Program and also maintains and produces guidance related to the Secretary of the Interior standards. As reviewers for the tax credit program, our daily work consists of applying, interpreting, and communicating about specific project details as they relate to meeting the standards for rehabilitation. The Federal Historic Tax Credit Program was another tool that Congress leveraged to provide some financial relief to the impacted sections of the Gulf Coast following Katrina. For those counties and parishes where there was a federally declared disaster related to the hurricane, the value of the historic tax credit was boosted from 20% to 26% between August 2005, when the storm made landfall, through the end of 2009. Through these two programs, NPS staff began to see flood and storm damaged properties working through various application processes for the financial incentives. We began to see what was left of the buildings after the initial response and remediation. We also started noticing a strong property owner desire to adapt the damaged buildings to reduce future damage. Since 2007, our experiences have broadened significantly to regions and resource types well beyond the Gulf Coast. In June 2008, we had floods hit the Midwest that affected Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, and Wisconsin. And these floods lasted as long as 2 weeks and hit Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and the surrounding area particularly hard. This event resulted in another boost of the historic tax credit for several years in the disaster-affected counties. In 2012, Superstorm Sandy impacted the entire East Coast, from Florida to Maine and inland. Another disaster recovery grant program was established in 2013 that was similar in format to the Katrina response. And since Sandy, we've had Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, Maria, Florence, and Michael, and also Typhoon U2, which all resulted in additional disaster declarations and grant fund designations. In 2009, Jennifer Wellock moved over to the Grants Division to be the technical reviewer for all of the disaster grant programs. Jen Eggleston and Jennifer Wellock worked closely on these grants, doing their best to strike a balance between upholding the standards and applying them reasonably within the context of the aftermath of devastating storms. However, it was becoming increasingly difficult for both Park Service and state staff to consistently apply these standards in these circumstances. Internally and unofficially, the three of us began to discuss the need for guidance related to flooding as more and more events took place and more people began searching for information and best practices. The idea of such guidance was not immediately embraced by leadership, who were not working as closely or seeing the impacts of flooding in the directorate's work. However, issues surrounding the grant program in response to Superstorm Sandy changed a lot of minds. This second iteration of grants were slightly different than the Hurricane Katrina program. The earlier program in the Gulf Coast did not actively fund adaptation projects. There were a lot of projects, particularly those involving private homes, that received FEMA grants or insurance payments that covered the cost of elevating the building. The preservation grant would then fund repairs to the historic fabric, like a new roof or repair to windows. Following Sandy, several states wanted to award grants that would cover the cost of the adaptation as well as the more typical preservation work. Because of this need, there was an immediate demand for guidance from the Park Service, so these projects could be evaluated against the standards while allowing for adaptation. By June 2014, we had collaborated to produce guidance that described how to elevate or how to evaluate elevated buildings. This relatively small effort brought into clear focus the need for such guidance related to flooding, and what was needed was different than the existing NPS resources. So in short, this project allowed us to kickstart the guidance project that we had seen the need for since Hurricane Katrina. In late 2014, we set our sights on producing a preservation brief about flooding and historic properties. Preservation briefs are some of the best known and well-respected of the Park Service guidance documents in historic preservation. There are currently 50 such briefs on topics ranging from repointing mortar to identifying architectural character. And each brief is typically between 16 and 24 pages. Now, we were aware that it would not be a quick project, and we had a few goals that we wanted to be sure to accomplish as part of this guidance. First, we wanted to ensure that anything we produced would be complementary to existing FEMA regulations and definitions. We also wanted to expand the universe of adaptation treatments discussed beyond moving, elevation, and demolition, which are the most incentivized options by FEMA. And finally, we wanted to make this overly bureaucratic world accessible and understandable to the average historic property owner. As we started putting our research and thoughts on paper in the form of detailed outlines and notes, we became more and more aware of great changes that were taking place within the legislative and economic realms of this issue. In addition, the increasingly dire predictions from climate and weather sciences. Now, earlier, I mentioned that the flood insurance program paid out $52 billion in claims between 1978 and 2014. An important part of that statistic is that more than $24 billion of that amount, so 46%, was paid in the 9 years immediately following Hurricane Katrina. At that rate, the program is unsustainable. As a result, significant changes to the program were put in place by Congress. In 2012, the Biggert-Waters Flood Insurance Act was passed to phase out subsidies or discounts on flood insurance premiums and raise premiums to full risk or actuarial rates. From a financial stability point of view, this made a lot of sense. However, when it was applied to actual properties and homeowners and business owners started to realize what this would mean to their specific financial situation, there was a huge outcry. Property owners were facing rates that would have, in some cases, doubled or tripled their existing rates and reached levels unsustainable for continued recovery. In 2014, Congress passed the Homeowner Flood Insurance Affordability Act as a response, and that pumped the brakes on rate increases for primary residences and retained many of the earlier subsidized rates. However, the rate increases remained in place for non-residential property and secondary homes. So not only are the economics being influenced by regulations and policies, but also market forces in real estate in this time of rising sea levels and challenging climates. Home sales in flood-prone areas are seeing challenges in value and sales. Many vulnerable cities are now thinking in mortgage cycles, in other words, in 30-year time horizons. They're thinking, what will a threatened city do and look like in 3 mortgage cycles or in 90 years from now? And where will the tax base be? Economists think the impact of a collapse in the waterfront property market could surpass that of the bursting dot-com and real estate bubbles of 2000 and 2008. Recovery won't occur because the value is not coming back. It's not like a stock or industry. It's a piece of property that's in peril and might be a permanent loss at some point. The amount of money invested in real estate and the vulnerability of that property is significant. In the coming decades, we're facing a big cultural shift on many fronts. The stereotypical American dream has always been founded on the ideal that owning land buys security. For the most part, land values haven't decreased, they only increase. We're entering a period now when owning land may be more of a gamble than ever before. And that's mostly due to the flood risk. What will this look like going forward, and will it even be there? By mid-2016, to return to our story, in the midst of all this changing landscape for insurance and real estate, the team of 3 gens, or the gens, as we came to be called, had created a 27-page detailed outline for the preservation brief. If you remember, they're normally 16 to 24 pages, so a 27-page outline was a little extreme. This document was reviewed by a group of experts from both the preservation and the floodplain management fields. As we sifted through the comments on the first draft, it soon became clear that the guidance we were developing was going to feel more like a fundamental shift in what preservation means to a lot of people. Now, within preservation, we think there's really basically 2 outlooks. There's one group that primarily sees preservation as a tool for making smart change to ensure a vibrant future for a community. The other outlook primarily values preservation as a means of avoiding or limiting change. This second outlook in particular was one that we recognized would need more than a preservation brief to accept the direction we would be taking in the guidance. So to start laying the groundwork with our partners, we developed an interactive workshop that we took on the road in 2017. Our goal in these workshops was to lay out the problem and ask workshop participants to collectively create property-level solutions within the existing framework of preservation and the natural, political, and economic context of flood risk. This gave us an opportunity to ensure that the conclusions we were reaching in terms of adaptation treatments were responsive to the thinking and approaches of our partners and colleagues. An unexpected outcome from these workshops was a clear message from the field that the form of the guidance that was most needed was really guidelines to interpret the standards. After some reflection and debate, we decided to change gears and put the preservation brief on hold indefinitely and work instead on guidelines. We began our work on the guidelines in the fall of 2017, and we knew that certain parts of the field were pretty desperate for this guidance. So we worked as quickly as possible. However, the guidance cannot be produced in a vacuum. So we went through numerous rounds of expert review before we published a text-only version of the guidelines in the fall of 2019. The final illustrated version was published online in June of 2021, and the print version will be available with any luck by the end of this week. So it's coming fresh. The guidelines came from all of that time in the field, listening to our partners, our fellow professionals, the property owners, and realizing that we had to think differently. We had to try and meaningfully help with the growing threat of flooding. These guidelines are opening new space to allow more change, and that change will allow for the preservation of resources that are threatened by flooding. As bold as this project has felt, it's also key to remember adaptability and change has always been part of preserving culture, and looking to that connection will help lead us through today's increasing climate challenges. We can and should look to our regional designs, materials, and methodologies while understanding that we must build on them to continue. We can and should face this challenge head on. Action and understanding will be key because we cannot consult or negotiate with Mother Nature, but we can coexist. The flood guidelines are a publication that we're really proud of, and we hope that they are helpful for people who are trying to preserve the historic character of properties with a flood risk. However, we are not blind to the fact that this publication does not solve the larger problem and does not make adaptation decisions easy. Unfortunately, there's no magic cure or one-size-fits-all solution to ensure the preservation of the buildings and properties that we care about. The flood guidelines are most useful once the flood risk has been identified and analyzed to the point of understanding how the building would be affected by the predicted flood. But it takes a lot of work to get to that point, and the information available isn't always as decisive as we would like. Predicting the future is an uncertain business at best. Understanding the flood risk at any given historic site is the first step toward preparing and adapting. However, given the uncertainties and future risks, it can be tempting to spend a lot of time and effort in gathering data. At a certain point, though, the delay in taking action becomes a threat to the preservation of the property itself. In historic preservation, we tend to view current property owners as stewards of a historic property. For most of us, we are a short chapter in what we hope is a long continuing existence for a place that we care about. It existed long before we were here, and it will continue to house, shelter, and protect generations to come if we do our part. So for properties where we know there is a risk of damage from flooding, we must take action, and in many cases accept change in order to ensure that the property has resilience if we want to be good stewards. We, as stewards of cultural resources, communities, histories, and traditions, and as students and caretakers of history, we have long understood how all things are in a constant state of change, adaptability, resilience, and recovery. The stories of all cultures is a long and complex story of living with nature. As H.G. Wells wrote, "Adapt or perish, now as ever, is nature's inexorable imperative." That story of culture will continue, and our effort to produce the flood guidelines was a humble way to help. Our field of historic preservation can and should lead on this issue of adapting our communities to new climate realities, because we understand how culture perseveres. I'd like to thank you all for your time and attention. And it's been my great pleasure this evening to share with you just a bit of this story. And it's my hope for protecting and adapting our irreplaceable heritage. Thank you.
So we have time for questions, so people take a minute to gather your question. And maybe you can just, while they're doing that, maybe just explain what's going to happen in the first discussion tomorrow, panel tomorrow.
Sure. So if you're interested in more information about what's in the guidelines and what they do, Jennifer Eggleston, my colleague, is here with me, and she will be part of the panel first thing in the morning, I believe at 9 a.m. So if you attend that panel, you will learn more about what's inside the guidelines beyond just the story of how we created them.
There's a question over here. Oh, we got somebody. We got two questions over here. Okay.
Thank you. Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hi. My question really relates to how communities that are not in, can you hear? That are not in crisis can help property owners pay for some of these adaptations that they need to make, because you'd rather do it ahead of a crisis, obviously, and be prepared for it based on mapping and other things. What are some of the things that the government or that you know about that help property owners pay? Because it sounds like the tax credits are only available to people within a declared disaster zone. Is that correct?
Not exactly.
Okay.
So there is a recovery grant program that is available only if Congress, provides that funding, and that would follow a declared disaster and then passing that funding. So that's definitely a recovery kind of mechanism. The federal historic tax credit has been a longstanding program since 1976. It's available to all income producing properties. So that is a tool that can be used on a property by property kind of metric. There is funding available through FEMA. There are grants that are available. Some are available before a storm hits. That funding is much harder to get. It's competed at a higher rate, and there's not generally as many dollars allocated to that, but there is some funding through FEMA for those kind of preparation kind of measures. And Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, but it has to do with your hazard mitigation plan and whether those activities have been identified by your local community. So if you're not familiar with hazard mitigation plans, I urge you to go home and Google that tonight and find out if your local community, whether you're here in Salem or elsewhere, has historic preservation or your cultural resources identified in that hazard mitigation plan, because that would be key to accessing that kind of funding. Yeah.
Hi. So I haven't seen the guidelines, and normally the tax credit is applied to, replacing existing materials and so forth, and doesn't cover new construction. But it looks like some of these adaptations are essentially new construction. So would that count as, is that something you're suggesting, that if someone, raises a house, essentially does new construction underneath, that would be eligible for the tax credit too?
Yes, so our partners in the IRS recently took the flood guidelines and went through them to identify which of those adaptations and what treatments they could identify as qualified rehabilitation expenses, which are basically what counts towards the historic tax credit. And they recently released, I believe it was about 6 months ago, an update to the qualified rehabilitation expense list that includes most of the adaptations from the flood guidelines. So elevating a building in order to address a flood risk can qualify as a QRE. There are a few caveats in terms of the uses. The intention is not to create additional occupied space beneath the building, but if it is for a flood risk related effort and everything is complying with what's expected in a floodplain management with the floodplain ordinance of the local community, then my understanding from reading the IRS guidance is that it would qualify.
Hi. Are you or anybody else taking a look at some of the other guidelines that need to be developed for other kinds of weather and also for ways to do a better job meeting, trying to get adaptation to better energy policies, such as solar panels on historic properties, or larger gutters on historic properties, or maybe different kinds of materials. Is anyone looking at some of those other issues of how to deal with historic properties and other things to mitigate climate change and to reduce our carbon footprint?
Sure. We do actually have guidance that exists already about solar panels specifically, about green roofs, and I'm forgetting there's one other kind of energy efficiency related kind of common practice that's escaping my mind right now. But we do have guidance on the Technical Preservation Services website related to those particular items. In terms of gutters, at least within the historic tax credit program, we routinely approve gutters where they are necessary. There are very few exceptions where we might ask a question. I'm putting my reviewer hat on now, so excuse me for that. But there might be a few situations where we might question if that particular placement on a building is the best and most effective place. But if we're talking about moving water away from the building and it will help preserve and allow for pulling that water away from foundations, we have routinely, in our history at least, approved that at the federal level. I can't speak to what might be happening on local levels and how that's interpreted, but at least in the National Park Service, we have been approving that. New materials, that is included, that concept in the flood guidelines. We are currently working on an update to our guidance on substitute materials, which I think is what you're really asking about. So it comes down to a number of factors, and I don't want to get into too much detail, but we do recognize that there are certain circumstances where a new material might perform better and help retain a building's historic character more than maybe the modern equivalent of a historic material. I know one area that we routinely look at modern materials is with wood elements. It can be difficult to find good quality wood with tight graining that will last the same length of time as some of the modern substitute materials. And if it's a painted element, once the paint is applied, it can be difficult to tell whether it's wood or not. So in terms of the standards for rehabilitation, we have been approving substitute materials, and we'll be coming out with guidance related to that probably within the next year and a half. Is there another question?
Is it geothermal? That might be a.
I believe that was it.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I think that would be the one that was used.
Hi, I'm wondering if you have a channel in place to bring the guidelines to underrepresented communities, like having a version in Spanish. And if I could be so bold as to say, do you need community assistance to speed up the process to have a Spanish version? Your story is very captivating, and I know that it would work across the board in various different communities.
Thank you. We actually have been talking about this recently. The Puerto Rico State Historic Preservation Office has translated the flood guidelines already into Spanish. I don't know that they are to the point of being released. I think they're still being reviewed. So there is a version that currently exists and will exist in the public, I think soon, but I don't know the timeline of their releasing that. But I have seen a pretty much full draft in Spanish.
Another question? Well, you will have an opportunity tomorrow during the panel to think about it overnight, and I'm sure you're going to give us even more detail for that we can discuss tomorrow. So, would you? So Janie's going to come up. So thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Well, I'd certainly like to offer a huge thank you to our two keynote presenters, Barbara Warren and Jenny Parker. I think that's a ton of information to digest. And we've certainly seen a lot of pictures so far this evening of buildings underwater. And so just to make sure that you're not disappointed, I can promise you that if you come tomorrow, you'll see lots more pictures of buildings underwater. Anecdotally, I took a drive out to get some lobsters yesterday along coastal Route 1A, and it happened to be about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which is high tide. And there wasn't much. There were a lot of surfers out because of the effects of the recent hurricane and that sort of thing on the east side of 1A. But I was surprised to see that on the west side of 1A, where there were lots of docks and seafood restaurants kind of overlooking marshes and things, they were underwater. It was high tide, and it was a spring tide, and just coming off of a full moon, and whole parking lots were cordoned off with caution tape and picnic tables up to their benches in water. And I thought, did I miss something? I didn't think that the storm event that was 300 miles off the coast was that big of a deal. And so I happened to ask the person that I purchased the lobsters from, what's going on here? And he said, it happens twice a month now. This is our new reality. It wasn't like this 20 or 30 years ago, but it is now. And they didn't talk much about mitigation other than, during the summer, we've got a few days every month where you can't eat over there. But it is going to get worse, especially in these kind of low-lying areas. So more housekeeping. I'd like to mention again that this is a recorded event, and tomorrow's sessions will be available as well on the Preserving Salem website in about a week, we think. I also want to put out there that a survey will be sent out to everyone who's registered for the conference. So please complete this survey so that we can really take your input and feed that into what we plan for next year's conference. With that, thank you again for coming. I hope to see you again tomorrow, and I'd like to turn the rest of our business over to Janie.
Thanks, Stephen. So just quickly, who doesn't like pastries in the morning? We will have our catering out here at 8:30 in the morning, coffee, tea, fresh baked goods. So we hope you'll come then and be ready and charged for that first 9 a.m. session, because we want to start right on time. We have some incredible presenters and opportunities for lively exchange in those 3 sessions, which will be wrapping up. There's a break in between where you can go back out and replenish on the coffee and pastries. And then at noon, 12:30, we wrap up everything that's happening here. You go out, you get lunch in one of the great establishments right around PEM. And then 1:30 is when we reconvene. Those of you that want to go on the walking tour, which will be great, more historic, like adaptation in action, that is going to start in front of the main entrance to PEM. So 1:30 right outside the front here, and then you'll be taken on the walking tour, and then the 4 o'clock reception at the House of the Seven Gables is a walking distance from here, but you can also drive there if you want to park, and that's off of Derby Street. And we're very fortunate to have Senator Joan Lovely coming to share some remarks at that event. She is on the Senate Committee on Global Warming and Climate Change. So we're looking forward to seeing you all again tomorrow, and thank you so much for taking part in tonight's opening events. Appreciate your being here. Welcome, everyone. And as you're coming in to get settled, we're just going to get things started. It's great to see all of you, new faces and returning ones. I want to welcome you on behalf of the preservation partners. I'll give you the list in a moment, but just so you know who I am, I'm Janie Winchell. I'm here at PEM and the director of the Art and Nature Center. And I'm joined by Stephen Mallory, who's our manager of the historic properties, and he's actually going to be one of our moderators this morning. The Partners is hosted by the city of Salem and includes a number of organizations that have taken an active part in developing the conference that you're participating in. The House of the Seven Gables, Salem Sound Coast Watch, Essex National Heritage, Historic New England, the National Park Service, Historic Salem, Inc., and we are very grateful for the sponsorship of the Hawthorne Hotel. Oh, and Destination Salem, sorry, I left that out. And so this is the second day of our conference, Preservation in a Changing Climate, Salem. And so welcome, and I also want to let you know that the recording of this event for the sessions that are being held in the auditorium will be available in about a week on the Preserving Salem website. So that will be a resource that you can go back to, or you can refer people to who haven't. Oh, this is fantastic prompt. I was just gonna say, make sure your cell phones are turned off.
I was the bad one.
So that we are ready for everyone's attention to be on these wonderful panel presentations, which Stephen's going to tell you a little bit more about now before we launch into our first session.
Please all learn from my bad behavior. Thank you all for coming and joining us again this morning. We have a great setup for you for the day. It's going to offer kind of a wide variety of topics on the impact of climate change on historic resources. So today we're going to have 3 panel discussions with breaks in between. And the first panel will address changing tides, a deeper dive into the new Secretary of the Interior's standards. That will be followed by a short break, and then a second panel will be increasing coastal resiliency over time, followed by another break of 15 minutes. And then at 11:15, the third panel will be practical approaches to protecting and upgrading your historic building in a changing climate. So those are our 3 panels that I hope we're all really looking forward to. And with that, I would like to introduce our first moderator. This is Gavin Gardner, and he's the Cultural Resources Manager for the Salem Maritime National Historic Site. Welcome, Gavin.
Sorry, I have a wife who's a wedding photographer, so I have a very strict do not get me sick at the height of wedding season. So you'll see me putting my mask on and taking it off. Thank you. Again, my name is Gavin Gardner, and I am the Resource Program Manager for Salem Maritime and Saugus Ironworks for the National Park Service. It's my pleasure to host this first panel of the day, focused on a deeper dive into the changing standards for adapting historic structures in the face of flooding. We have 3 presenters this hour offering different perspectives on this. We will They'll each talk for about 10 minutes, and then so hold your questions until the end, and then we'll have a panel discussion. First up is Jennifer Eggleton, who began her career with the National Park Service in 2007 as the primary grants manager for the Hurricane Katrina and Rita Historic Preservation Recovery Grants Program. That is a mouthful. My God, I want to see that on a business card. After 7 years with the grants program, Jennifer moved to the Office of the Associate Director for Cultural Resources, currently serving as the Chief of Staff. Additionally, she is one of the primary team members responsible for guidance and training regarding adapting historic buildings to the threat of flooding, co-authoring the recent released Guidelines on Flood Adaptation for Rehabilitation of Historic Buildings. Before coming to the National Park Service, Jennifer worked at an education nonprofit and the National Trust for Historic Preservation's Community Revitalization Department. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Historic Preservation from the University of Mary Washington and a Master's of Science in Urban and Regional Planning for the University from the University of Memphis. Following Jenny Parker's presentation last night, Jennifer will take a deeper dive into all of this. And so here comes Jennifer.
Thank you, Gavin. I'll try to make shorter titles in the future. These are all very long government titles, so we apologize. So as Gavin stated, I'm one of the co-authors of the flood guidelines, which those of you guys who were here last night got to hear kind of a bit of that from Jenny Parker. She's here with us too, also one of our authors. And really the just very quickly going to give you some context. And again, we each have 10 minutes, so you're going to have kind of the quick and dirty view of these guidelines. Why did we do them? It really was to provide the idea of how to adapt historic buildings to the risk of flooding. We wanted folks to have a tool in which they could still meet the Secretary of Interior standards. So while there was guidance out there, a lot of concern and kind of questions around how do we do this in the historic preservation field and how do we respond to risks. So that was something very kind of primary in our thinking when we were doing this. And we wanted to make sure we were giving property owners a tool to recover from flooding. So it's not always going to be put it back the way it was, but kind of put it back and think about how we could be more resilient to future flooding events. So that really was kind of where we were headed when we were developing the guidance document. So all of this is a really fast recap of, for those of you guys who didn't get to see Jenny speak last night, the why, why did we all of a sudden kind of reach this point of saying we need to put out new guidelines? Why do we think that the tools we already have weren't going to work? So primary, a lot of rules had changed, a lot of economic rules, a lot of development rules, a lot of flood insurance rules had changed. So the intense pressure that was out there on property owners, there was just a whole field of natural, economic, and political pressure and threats that were really facing down some of these properties. So the idea that the real estate markets had changed, that again, the way that we got insurance and were able to protect property prior to a lot of storm events really had completely shifted in this country. So we wanted to kind of recognize that and be responsive to it. It was kind of, as we say, like the perfect storm of natural, political, and economic threats coming together that kind of made us realize this was really something significant, and that we really weren't playing in a business as usual model. We sometimes would talk as a team about, in past preservation efforts, there's a more lengthy, or there should be a more lengthy consultative process, more influence you can sometimes have over what that threat is to your resource. Climate impacts aren't really one of those. You don't get to go argue with the ocean, like don't hit here in the way that you do like a transportation project. So we kind of said, all right, this is not exactly the same platform we've been working on in preservation. So just quickly for the room, one of the reasons the National Park Service is involved in an effort like this is that we have a huge primary responsibility in the National Historic Preservation Act to put out national guidance that is meant to be that kind of federal voice, or the federal steering on a lot of the ways that other preservation operates in this country. So other state, local nonprofits often look to the guidance, the standards, the processes that the National Park Service produces. So we have a role and a responsibility in the Park Service to try to lead on that, to try to actually create a framework that allows folks to really look to and think about how they're going to kind of operate in the field of preservation. Sometimes we describe it inside of our own park services. We're a little bit like the Environmental Protection Agency for cultural resources. So our role is to really kind of provide that large preservation framework. And again, we wanted to make sure that as that national leader, that we were being very kind of clear and responsive to what we were hearing from the field. We were hearing, this is what you guys have currently as that national leader, as that canon of work needs to be expanded and maybe even rethought a little bit, that we're kind of facing down a new challenge. But we wanted to make sure that we were doing it, even though we're the national program, it's a national program that should be highly collaborative and responsive to what's actually happening out at the field level. You know, we manage resources inside of our park portfolio, but in the National Preservation Program, we're really looking as a collaborative force for what is happening in the local, the state, the nonprofit community. So we wanted to make sure whatever we were taking on was going to be highly collaborative. And so I think a little bit of that was some of the workshops that we did. We did an intense amount of outreach. And then in our own careers, we had been operating a lot of very community connected programs, grant, tax credit programs to kind of see what work is actually happening out there. So what we do is we very lengthy process, put these out in 2019, and that was when they were in a text-only version, the guidelines were. And we have since put an illustrated version out, and very soon a print version will be coming. Many folks heard about the story, if you will, of the guidelines, but I think it's just really important to share and reemphasize that, again, this was not done with us sitting in our DC desk saying, oh, we know exactly what's going on. We're going to just go out here and solve it ourselves. It was really through a lens of the grant work, the tax credit work that we do, the fact that we had a program with Hurricane Katrina that made us, which was really a challenge, but also one that was really important to the development of, said, go and work with homeowners, go and work with commercial property owners. We're very used to working with state government, local government, to some degree, nonprofits, city governments, things like that inside of our bubble, but we're not always directly working with property owners in the same way that local communities have to do all the time. So those programs really exposed us to a whole other challenge and complication, and really kind of made us understand the issue more clearly, and kind of saying, we've got to work on this. And recognizing that we needed to be more flexible. We needed to have a lens that allowed more movement and more responsiveness to what a property, it's hard to stand, as many of you know, stand in a property owner's yard or be talking to them about what they're facing and say, yeah, but I have a rule, and I'm sorry that you flooded. We really want you to just kind of use an existing preservation standard and just put it back the way it was. So we were really recognizing, okay, we can't continue to operate this way. We need to be more responsive and open to those conversations and the property owner needs. So it was really from those experiences that kind of led us into this work. A very small sidebar about the guidelines: when we sat down to put pen to paper and really try to, again, create a framework that we thought was going to help a preservation community, but really help a property owner too, something became very clear in what we were putting together in writing. You'll probably, if you're familiar with the guidelines, see that we, in places, can't be as directive maybe as we want to be at times. And that was around materials resiliency. So Jenny touched on this last night, that there are standards in which the flood industry uses to grade a material flood resistant, to essentially say that you can repair this, put it back in service, and it can keep operating. We realize we don't have the same testing data on historic materials. There is testing that's done, but it's not done through the same ASTM standard that is done with modern materials. So just for point of awareness and clarity, one of the projects we undertook to complement the guidelines was actually a partnership that's now going into its third test round with the Army Corps of Engineers to essentially test historic materials resiliency. As we like to say, we want to fight numbers with numbers, as opposed to like a flood grading number with a story that we know it performs, or we want to support numbers with numbers. But I just wanted to share that we're working on that, and that will also be kind of some of the accompanying material that will be out there, so we can start to say, we know how some of these can perform, we know we can retain them. So the chart that everybody got to see already, but again, just as an awareness as to where these sit. So the standards live at that kind of 10,000 foot level, if you will. The guidelines are meant to really interpret the broad language of the standard, so to provide more clarity, kind of get you more to our ground level or bird's eye view at least. And then also in support of that, the guidelines and the standards are preservation briefs, tech notes, bulletins that are more about the feature or the material or a project level work, but they all complement each other and work together. So anybody who's familiar with the guidelines, who have used the Secretary of Interior's guidelines for other, the sustainability guidelines, the flood guidelines have a little uniqueness to them that we always like to point out. First off, they can only apply to a building that has a flood risk. I mean, the title probably gives that away, but it's important to mention that. So there is going to be change allowed or present in that document. That's not just change you can have for any other type of preservation project. Some of the treatments explained are only applicable to a flood risk. So where prior guidelines have a broad applicability, where it's like, this would probably fit for most scenarios of a historic property, that's not the case with these guidelines. So not only do you have to have the risk, a lot of the stuff that we're talking about is only really germane to a flood risk. And then they really do push the envelope, or at least push the envelope from a preservation perspective, on allowing a lot more change and adaptability. And it really was with the lens of, we need to reduce the damage that could happen. And there are some technical limitations that are spelled out in these guidelines that don't really exist in other guidelines, where we talk about, you probably can't take this adaptation and just apply it to any resource, and here's why. So the grouping of the guidelines, again, you're getting the fast version here. They go through a range of adaptation. Almost every adaptation that's talked about in the guidelines is really about what another federal agency, usually FEMA, there's a few others that recognize these as valid treatments. So they're not necessarily the full canon of everything that's out there, but these are kind of the primary ones that are really thought about and are often accepted as applied treatment. So there's kind of some floaters, if you will. The protect utilities, landscape level adaptation, some unconventional is discussed in the guidelines, because we were like, knowledge will always continue, we should respect that. But then there are kind of families of adaptations inside of them. There's the keep water out family, if you will, where you're doing temporary barriers or your dry flood proofing. There's the let water in, so where you're actually wet flood proofing and saying, I'm going to move water through my resource, elevate the interior and let water move through, or abandon and let water move through. And then there's the avoidance. I don't want the water to enter the envelope, or I want the envelope to be safely removed from the flood risk. So the fill the basement, the elevate the foundation, or the move. So all of the treatments, again, they're all laid out in the chapters with the preservation recommendations. I think it's important just to remember that they're not in any sort of order. There's no like, this one's really good and this one's really bad. We really just were trying to lay out the options and give folks the preservation lens that they could use. And this is one of the concepts we like to always talk about when we're training on the guidelines. We're looking for a balance. So we're really approaching all of this work as you're trying to hit the middle of the Venn diagram, if you will, that we need to take the risk down. We need to address and reduce that risk. We need to still preserve the historic integrity and the character of the resource, but then we also want to make sure that it's a technically and economically feasible choice. So sometimes we can come up with some really great ideas that are just not sustainable or possible for property owners or property managers. So we really kept that lens on with everything inside the guidelines. You'll see that re-emphasized over and over in the guidelines as a really key concept, and thinking about more creative solutions or more low cost or low tech solutions as options inside the guidelines. And then just to kind of quickly touch on the idea of the risk factors inside the guidelines, or what we're really asking for people who are using the guidelines to get to and understand before we get to treatment of any resource, is that very first one, the uniqueness of them. There's got to be a risk. So when we say there has to be a risk, we're talking about empirical evidence. We're talking about trying to get a good understanding of what are my flood characteristics. Not all floods are the same. That was mentioned a lot last night, right? About the idea of like, what does sea level rise look like versus a storm surge versus a riverine event? These all look differently, and you need to understand them to select adaptation. So then really, and then understanding the site itself and your resource. So in that Venn diagram of saying, well, this is my risk, this is what I understand about it, but what are the characteristics, the innate characteristics of my community, my district, my house, my materials that I need to really think about before I'm landing at a treatment or adaptation decision. And in order to really make sure your treatment is the right one, we kind of lay a lot of these concepts out again inside the guidelines themselves. You really need to make sure, again, you're picking something that is responsive to what you know about what's happening at your site. You got to know your time horizon, because that's going to change a lot of how long and for how, at what level and for how long am I trying to make this particular resource resilient. In there is the classic, we've got to balance, again, when I'm assessing my resource, what do I need to understand about that particular resource and how it's going to perform in the adaptation I select. And the stakeholder piece is really critical. It's something that we mentioned at the beginning here, that was something we really engaged on, because it doesn't really matter if you think the adaptation's perfect or it's, absolutely the one you're going to select. What is it doing to the community, the resources around you? Are your neighbors or are your community officials or anybody else kind of supportive of what you're getting ready to do? And just to bring us home and shift us over to our next presenter, just to kind of recap, again, the kind of high level concepts inside of this document is that we're accepting more change for a documented risk, so a risk that we fully understand. We want to understand exactly what we're doing and how it affects that resource and that building. And the Venn diagram, like if you leave, we always say, if you leave with nothing from, again, some of our presentations, it's that balancing act, that what we were really trying to get at in these guidelines is it's not just a fully preservation focus, it's a focus of preservation, technical and economic feasibility, but also addressing that risk. So with that, I will turn it back over to Gavin to introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Now let's shift gears and see how threats and impacts of climate change are considered at the local level and how these new guidelines fit in. First up is Larry Spang. Larry is the chair of the Salem Historical Commission and has been serving on the commission for over 20 years. The Salem Historical Commission is a regulatory body overseeing work within the city's designated historic districts and the commission. The Historical Commission also plays an advocacy role for preservation across the entire city, including issues such as sustainability and resiliency that we are discussing this morning. In addition to his volunteer efforts on the Historic Commission, Larry is a practicing architect and urban designer in Boston, where his work focuses on high-performing, sustainable K-12 schools. Larry lives in the Salem Willows, so is acutely aware of the issues related to coastal flooding and resiliency from his historic neighborhood. I can't imagine. Today, Larry is going to talk about Salem's vulnerability to coastal flooding and sea level rise, particularly as it affects the city's historic resources and some initial steps that the Historical Commission has taken in response to these issues. Larry?
So thanks very much and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in person for a change. I know last year we were doing a virtual event and it's starting to feel like we're opening up a bit. So I'm excited about that. As Steve, I think you said last night, no presentation is complete in this topic without a picture of waves and buildings. So here we are. But I wanted to start by thanking both the Preservation Partners and the City of Salem for hosting the event and also including the Historical Commission. This is an important topic for us to give some thought to. Also, the Peabody Essex, thank you very much for your efforts to host this and pulling us all together. I think there's a few members of the commission that may be around, can't quite see everybody. But I also want to thank our preservation planner, Patty Kelleher, without which we would really be hard pressed to do the regular work that we do, in addition to the types of things we're talking about here. So with that, so this is a slide from the 2018 nor'easter, one of the 2018 nor'easters that occurred in Salem, and we talked a little bit about it last night. It was really an eye-opener for everybody in the community, and particularly in Salem, and in my neighborhood, the Willows, which is a shot of. And as you can see, the storms really breached the seawall and crashing down and threatening many of the historic homes that are surrounding that lovely area of the city. What I wanted to point out, though, was the interesting thing to me was the neighbors who kept running out in between the waves and were trying desperately to keep that storm drain clear, fearing and hoping that if they could do that, that would keep Sutton Avenue, which is right behind there, from flooding and damaging their properties. And I often think about that in terms of how we typically react to storms. It's usually afterwards or in the middle of, we're desperately trying to figure out how can we manage the storms, how can we manage the water, and then afterwards, as Jennifer, you pointed out, how do we clean up, how do we rebuild properties? So I'm very excited about the fact that we're talking about this, that this is a new time when we think about how to prepare for storms rather than just react to and clean up afterwards. So of course, wanted to start with what is really important to us. Salem, as everybody knows, and as was mentioned by the mayor last night, is blessed with a lot of historic resources. We'll see that in a minute. The Salem Historical Commission typically is, Gavin, you mentioned in my introduction, we typically deal with sort of the nitty-gritty of preservation on a daily basis, dealing with homeowners, helping them navigate the guidelines for construction efforts in the historic districts. And as well, it's nice for us to take a chance to step back and look at these broader pictures. Looking a little bit, and I think most folks are familiar with the situation in Salem. At one time, the Salem Neck, as it's called, leading out to the Willows, was pretty isolated. A lot of tidal flats that defined the city at that time. And looking a little closer, this from 1820, you can see the areas which were pointed out last night, areas that have been filled around the city: Collins Cove, the North River, the South River, the Mill Pond, all those places that have been filled over time. Properties have been built there, and now we end up with the sea essentially trying to reclaim those. We'll talk about that in a minute. This is a map that shows the properties that have been inventoried for the purposes of establishing historic properties in accordance with Mass Historic Commission's guidelines. And as you can see, and as we mentioned, really we are blessed with a lot of properties. These include not only buildings, but landmarks and other things. So if you're wondering about some that are in the middle of the parks, that's what those are showing. And some of them are within recognized historic districts. We have a few that are protected, in particular, the area, the McIntyre district, the area around Chestnut Street, Federal Street, Essex Street, the area facing the Commons, the area along Derby Street, and then a piece of Lafayette Street as it heads down into the South Salem district. So those are areas that the Historical Commission has jurisdiction over. The rest of the areas we have an interest in. This map shows that coastal flooding at the moment is impacting roughly 600 properties. And what you can see here, is that the sea, again, is to try and reclaim all those areas that have been filled in over time. In the event of a hurricane and different levels of hurricane, the impact is even further. You can see the light blue is the areas that really start to happen if we were to get a Category 4 storm coming in. Sorry, the areas of dark blue are where Category 4 storms come in, and you can see that it really starts to impact the properties that are valuable resources. And then when you overlay expectations of what sea level rise will do, it's just going to get worse. And you can see the areas where the sea is really starting to try to reclaim, and we're going to be faced with the idea of what do we do to protect these areas. And as my daughter, who helped produce these maps, said, wow, we're really going to be in tough shape in the Willows, which is right up there. And you can see we're pretty well going to be encroached on. So we just published a new set of guidelines for the Historical Commission, long overdue. I think the originals were published sometime in the 1970s. And so we came out with a new set in this year. And as this quote says, now's the time to start thinking about climate change. What you'll also notice is we did not necessarily try to build too much of the guidelines, too much of resiliency and storm protection into the guidelines. That is really a separate topic that we wanted to spend some time on and not try to hold up the publication of the new guidelines, which talk about the usual things we think about. What we are trying to deal with, and was mentioned last night, is issues of rainwater. We've seen an awful lot of applications for new gutters, new downspouts, water treatment. The secondary thing that we're seeing a lot of applications for is the new types of heating and cooling systems, a lot more cooling systems, which is very interesting to us, the mini splits. And we're trying to do those in a way that's sympathetic to the historic character of the properties, but also giving the homeowners relief when they need those sort of things. I did want to talk about a case study, again, down in the Willows. This was a house located at 48 Bayview. Is sort of typical traditional Victorian era cottage of that neighborhood. You can see some of the lovely detailing around the building. These were oftentimes built as seasonal dwellings, so they weren't quite as well constructed as other historic properties deeper into Salem. But nevertheless have become a full-time community for those of us who live there. And this homeowner came in and needed to do some renovations. You can see timing-wise, this was right around 2018. And we came home one day and discovered that it was under the process of being renovated. What was happening was they were jacking up the height of the property, and because our demolition delay was either all or none, our demolition delay ordinance, which we have had a demolition delay at that time. If you were tearing down a property, you had to go before the Historic Commission, and otherwise you had a 6-month delay. Well, as you can see, they kept a piece of the property, and then the rest is gone. Through some work with the zoning board, the planning department, et cetera, I think it comes out a little better than we had initially feared. You can see what's happened is essentially they've increased the height of the ground level to get themselves up above the FEMA flood zone. And then they've done their best to recreate much of the detailing. So in many ways, it's a success story, but in many ways it caught us by surprise. And it's something that we were wanting to work on. Through some great work by both Historic Salem, Inc. and our preservation planner, Patty Kelleher, we were able to work with the city council and have developed a new demolition delay ordinance, which got passed last year, which essentially says if you're going to touch more than 50% of the property of the building, if it's over 50 years old, you will come in and seek a demolition delay waiver from the commission. Or if it's, so that is for a year. If it's a property that's over 100 years old, it's a 18-month demolition delay. And it gives us a little more ability to work with the homeowners to try and preserve as much of the historic resources as we can before we get into a situation where they're really just demolishing the buildings. So a step in the right direction. We've got a long way to go. And we're looking forward to thinking about how these new guidelines, we really appreciate the National Park Service putting out guidelines that's going to really help us with our boots on the ground effort to try and both preserve the historic resources, but adapt to the new world of the changing climate. So thank you all very much.
I always appreciate how long Derby Wharf is and on all these maps. It helps me orient myself to a map really quick, except for all these maps that Larry and Barbara last night were showing. It's always the first thing that's underwater. So we've got a hard head in the National Park Service. All right, so let's switch gears and finish off with another example. Andy Bjork is the chairman of Newport, Rhode Island's Historic District Commission. In his time as chair, he has authored and coordinated the approval and adoption of many of Newport's policy statements on historic preservation, amplifying the city's ordinance. Among those is the Newport Policy Statement on Design Guidelines on Elevating Historic Buildings. In his civilian career, he serves as a chief sales officer for Ivy Stone Group, a leading sales and marketing company in the gift and decorative home industry with major showrooms in Atlanta, Dallas, and Las Vegas. He is a retired captain in the U.S. Navy. Education includes Cornell University, A.B. Babson College, or Cornell University, okay, good. Babson College, MBA, and the U.S. Naval War College diploma. Today, he is joining us to speak specifically to the local perspective and process in the development, adoption, and execution of Newport's design guidelines for elevating historic buildings.
Thank you, Gavin, and everybody here in Salem for welcoming me. Yeah, I'm here representing the city of Newport. The AB thing, I think, is just Latin for bachelor's degree, so how that works, I've just stuck with it. You know, my effort here is to just share some of the paths that we may have paved, but more likely some of the paths we followed in the effort to create some design guidelines specifically around elevating historic properties. So we kind of jumped right in as a city. Larry, you guys are ahead of us in some of the statements in resiliency and so forth, which I already made a note. We need to go back and, you know, build some better foundational language. But we went right in after this, this particular design piece. Just a couple of preview slides. I just wanted to recognize that Newport does have a culture in historic preservation. Won't go into it all, come visit. And my water slide, we have a culture in water as well. I think the first thing in our process, and I really do want to just speak to the process we followed to kind of give some insights on the complexities, but also the simplicity of the path. You know, the first thing we had to do was sort of establish some understanding of the dilemma. And I was saying to some folks drinking coffee this morning that we didn't start with the debate on climate change. We took that as fact, that climate change, rising sea levels, and severe storms was a fact. So that kind of moved the process quickly, at least to the first point of, okay, let's address, you know, this fact of rising sea levels as it related to historic properties and elevating buildings. We had some great support. The city was very supportive. We had a new planner in the city, a director of planning and economic development, Patricia Reynolds. We had Helen Johnson at the time, our preservation planner. We have the Newport Restoration Foundation. I recognize Margaret's here today and speaking on the next panel, but super supportive in kind of the city's effort to address this thing. And then you'll see we had the support and reference points from communities that had gone before us, and that was really the path we chose to follow. These are just some slides to show that we too, Newport has 6 historic districts. This is the Point District here. This is the GIS mapping of all the historic properties in the Point District and some overlay of, you know, where the flood zones are. So I think there's color coded. All the yellow outlined buildings are historic, and all the red ones are the ones that are in flood danger. And a couple other pictures. Here's a picture of me just demonstrating to our community where the base flood elevation is on the historic Hunter House, which is a Preservation Society of Newport property, museum property. So those were important slides to help us with our awareness. You know, our first steps were to establish a committee, and our committee established in 2018, which preceded guidelines from the National Park Service. So we didn't have that reference material to follow, but there was other reference points that we used, and you can now have heard from several presenters where the legacy was, starting with Hurricane Katrina, and there were 2 spectacular documents, one from Louisiana, one from Mississippi, that were quite lengthy, I would say hundreds of pages of reference on elevating buildings and dealing with flood situations as related to historic properties. I recognize also we used some efforts from the city of Annapolis that gave us some things from Schenectady, New York. And then with some real pen to paper, I was very fortunate that the city of Charleston, South Carolina was a few months ahead of us in Newport and had already created a draft that they were working with, and they were willing to share that with us. And that gave us, sort of a quick starting point as to how to maybe structure some guidelines. So thanks to all these communities and others that preceded us. So we then created our own draft and went out to sell it or to present it, to share it, to get feedback. And it was with a series of focus groups with our Newport City Council, with Newport City staff, with local architects. That was a very important meeting, very informative. And then ultimately with citizens. So we did a couple of citizens presentations, and I have this very lengthy 80-slide deck that I've shared, seems like several times with question and answer, but I think it was helpful. And in that, we did speak to the elements of climate change, but again, moved on to how we were going to address it was, again, specifically around elevating buildings, because that's really the one piece that was most, was sitting in front of us as a concern that we wanted to address, so that when our Historic District Commission got any applications that would involve elevating buildings, we could have some guidelines to follow. And then ultimately we created and adopted a policy statement. So our Newport historic standards are like many cities. They have lineage from the National Park Service, Secretary of Interior, through the state of Rhode Island. They're embedded into Newport City Ordinance under historic district zoning. And there's some small paragraphs that give us, the commission, some authority to amplify the ordinance with design guidelines. And we use those authorities to build several design guidelines over time, but this one is one of the more recent ones, and the one that's most relevant here today. And it's a document. It's 5 or 7 pages of guidelines on elevating. It speaks to both, well, first it does, as Jennifer said, it does specify if your home needs to be in the historic district. It also needs to be at a flood risk. We have had already applicants have come outside of a flood risk district and trying to apply these guidelines, explaining how they needed to elevate their building to create another floor. Interesting, it will happen. So we have this document. It's been published as in 2020. It's on the city website. It's very public. Please find it. I'll share it. And then we've had, since the document's been published, at least 4 or 5 elevation projects that have come before us, and I would say all of them I would classify as successful. We've successfully used this design guidelines with the applicant and their design team, and Margaret's gonna, I think, amplify on one of those. I'm not sure, but and then lastly, I just wanted to speak to where I think our next steps are. So one of them is to go back and make sure our city guidelines are aligned with the newly published national guidelines. So super, helpful that those are published, and we can kind of, I think they're pretty close because there was a lot of good reference points, and I think we're very close. A second step that we're fortunate, again, I'll reference the Newport Restoration Foundation for helping us with grant money from the state of Rhode Island to add to our guidelines, which are right now currently just in narrative form, add some graphical elements so that the homeowner, the applicant, can actually see how we want the whole guidelines to be a little bit more friendly on a how-to process. This is not, this is a little more complicated set of design guidelines than our policy statements on roof repair or roof replacement. So we've got, I think we're just now figuring out who we're going to contract out with some money, and NRF's helping, and we've passed the state grant process, and we're just getting this underway. So I anticipate in the particular contractor we're using also worked in Nantucket. So if anybody's here and familiar with that, you should recognize that some of these are Nantucket. We're going to kind of follow the same contractor. We'll have similar graphical elements to support our narrative. And then Lastly, we also recognize that the cost modeling, and that's been talked about already, is an important consideration. Not only should it be affordable, but really it's just a curiosity. A homeowner that comes into Newport, and think of the model which I believe to be very real. A new homeowner comes in, purchases a property in the historic district, recognizes they're in a flood risk area, and may consider elevating their property. But how do they think about that if they can't put dollars and cents to it? So while we haven't gotten there, I think that's going to be an important piece, and to understand the mathematics of that model, both as they relate to insurance cost savings that may come. So you may have a one-time elevation cost, but a long-term insurance cost savings, and can they be related in a way that a homeowner would move forward in a good project? And that is everything I wanted to present. I'm here for questions, and Gavin, I'll turn it back to you.
All right, with that, I invite all of our presenters back up to the stage, and we will take questions. I guess I'll sit in one of these comfy chairs too. Any questions out in the audience before I ask a couple of my own? I guess I'll start. One question that I was left with for Larry and Andy: are you seeing people adapt their houses? Is it still reactionary? The flood has come and the damage is done, or is anybody being proactive about it yet and getting ahead of it?
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the proactive piece coming. So property owners are recognizing that elevating a home is important, and part of that. But I would say that, the question does come, how high do I elevate? Because and we have some interesting language we worked into our design guidelines, so that if not everybody has to raise their property to base flood elevation plus 1 foot, which I believe is the FEMA lower standard. So it's interesting, how they're doing it. But yes, we're seeing homeowners proactively consider that.
And I'll just add to that. We're not quite seeing that yet in Salem. I think much of the area that is sort of regulated by the Historical Commission are somewhat out of the flood areas. What will be interesting to see is, as the new demolition delay ordinance begins to take effect, will we begin to see input taken from a variety of different areas that aren't necessarily under our direct regulation, but are more part of an overall approach. But I think that, sorry for the pun, but the tide has turned, and people are certainly seeing it down in our neighborhood for sure. The whole area along Columbus Ave, for those who know that area, is flooded out pretty well in 2018, and is continuing to be vulnerable. And we're starting to see and hear about various people who are thinking about, so how do we deal with that and protect their properties?
Other questions? Oh, I'm seeing hands now.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? So I'm from the Cape Cod Commission. Thanks so much for all the work you're doing and giving taking some first steps before we've been able to really address this issue. But I'm curious about whether you're seeing certain neighborhoods sort of developing specific design guidance for certain neighborhoods, recognizing that some have completely different characters than others. And so if you make a blanket set of design guidelines, they may work really well in one area, but not so well in another. Or do you just take them on a case-by-case basis and address them that way?
All right, that's a good question. Our guidelines are blanket for all districts in the city. However, I will say, when we borrowed the guidelines that were the draft guidelines from Charleston, South Carolina, and we read those, they were distinctly different than what Newport needed, as you can imagine. So I think each community will have language that goes into those guidelines that tailor it for the community, but I think it seemed logical to us that they would cover all our historic districts. So, things like treatments on foundation are still up to, we talk about them, and we're going to have graphical elements that show them, but it's still going to be up to the Historic Commission to sort of provide some approval on what's appropriate for that individual property. Hope that helps.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. I certainly think there are various historic building periods that more fundamentally adapt themselves to the types of elevation we're talking about. For instance, the area I showed in the Willows, those are all Victorian cottages, many of them up on porches, and so extending a porch is sort of within the keeping of what those buildings were fundamentally like. I think in the older neighborhoods, a lot of the federal period buildings, you know, you had a solid building on a solid foundation, maybe there's a step or two up off the sidewalk to get into the house. I think those become a more interesting and unique challenge to figure out how you can do that in a way that is sympathetic to the character of the property, but also acknowledges the fact that it needs to come up a distance to meet current flood guidelines. And I was intrigued by the graphic you guys had, adding a basement or adding a crawl space with some places where you could imagine the water going through, but yet making it look like it was a sort of solid element. Seems to be a place that we need to get to eventually, but it's going to take some time to figure out how that works.
Polly's got her hand up.
So I'm on the Board of Historic Salem, Inc., and I just want to note that Paul Wright, who's on our board and is our chair of our building committee, just undertook the replacement of the roof of the Nathaniel Bowditch House. So my question is about the nuts and bolts of these efforts, especially to raise these buildings. What we found that there was a very small pool of contractors who were qualified under grant programs to do this work, this historic preservation work. How is, along with the desire from the community to have minority and women-owned organizations be qualified, how is the preservation community going to be incentivized to spread the ability to do the work so that more organizations, more contractors are qualified to do the work to meet the grant requirements? Because I think that's going to be an important thing as more of this work is done, that the expertise needs to be spread.
Right, that is a challenge. I mean, it's a challenge in trades in general, right? So not only just unique to the what very small community deals in the, especially the house raising industry, the moving and elevating industry. Inside the Park Service, not necessarily specific to, again, house movers, house raising, which we've, in development of the guidelines at this point, kind of have pretty good contacts in that world, and it is small and it's very, can be very limited. Inside the Park Service, though, we are doing some kind of massive national initiatives to look back at the trades in particular and try to, and even Gavin could probably talk to this a little bit about some unique programs the Park Service is developing around trying to expand trades, access, and education. We have a very large program, a Latino program. We have a very large tribal program, trying to also reach other traditionally underserved communities. So we have, personally in our own directorate, a large program trying to actually access African-American architects and future trades professionals to get them into the field of preservation, recognizing that that is a huge challenge, not only just keeping trades going, but also making sure that it's not just a largely white male community practicing the trade. As far as the actual like engineering and house moving industry, that is not something that we're necessarily really actively involved in. It is something that, again, we've maintained tried to maintain pretty close connections to in the Park Service, just in the development of some of the national guidance. No, that doesn't fully answer your question, but there is a piece of this that the Park Service is really committed to and trying to kind of stand up large national initiatives on it. And Gavin, you probably could add to this that the park units themselves are a huge audience for that, and a huge part of the commitment to actually getting hands-on professionals out into the field and working on resources. So I don't know if you want to add at all to what I just said. Okay.
I don't know. Lifting a house is very specialized. I would say, from my experience, and not, I mean, this is from a trying to get some of our baseline documentation done, the coronavirus has made a lot of companies adapt. And so I feel like, this is coming. Like everybody sees that the writing is on the wall that this is going to be needed, and there's a ton of money to be made, that I would hope that companies that are out there, existing companies, are actively pursuing this very quickly because somebody's going to make a lot of money lifting all of our houses.
I will say the construction industry adapts. It adapts slowly. We've seen that with the integration of sustainability over the last 10, 15, 20 years, where in the beginning there was very few contractors capable of doing the types of sustainable work that we were trying to accomplish. And these days, virtually everybody does it, and it's part of the general practice of construction. I think, as you're saying, as demand increases, people are going to follow, and we will get people who are used to dealing with that. It is a complicated effort. You basically have to unplug a house, take out all its infrastructure systems, jack it up, rebuild whatever you're going to build, plug it back in with all the infrastructure systems, and then off you go. So it's not an easy piece of work that probably at this point, you're right, there is probably very few people who have demonstrated that they can do that. Will that grow over time? Sure. I think it's great that you guys can be some of the folks who help to incentivize people to get through that, because a lot of the homeowners just want to know, have you done it before? How can I reduce my risk and my cost by hiring somebody who's dealt with this previously? So I think it's great that if the National Park Service and others can help to pull this along.
We have time for one more quick question.
Thank you. The Secretary, the Interior standards are underpinned by this the setting. That's a constant. One, as we know, some of the standards are. That is the one thing that doesn't change. So if you move a building, for example, then it loses its integrity of its setting. So I'm fascinated by this new reality where the setting may itself change, and sooner or later it absolutely will change.
It's a prevalent concept inside the guidelines, because again, it was, I distinctly remember when we were getting to the moving chapter, or getting to kind of the moving guidance, which there is, regulatory language around the National Register. When you're moving a resource, there are some clarifying concepts around when you're finding a new location and placement and orientation and trying to find a similar setting if you choose to move a resource. But some folks didn't want to touch it, and we were kind of in we're going to have to. And then also, even inside the guidelines, finding it's been a tradition to move. So, while we think of things as this is where they are, this is how they're going to be forever, many communities, and we went and found really great examples of wholesale moved communities, individual resources that have moved, and oftentimes in response to the same types of pressure we're seeing right now. It's just kind of a different and new frontier. So it's definitely something we grappled with internally, a lot of conversations, and kind of going, I can't believe we're going to have a whole thing about how you do this moving. But it's, again, one of the primary funded treatments. So we really were like, we're going to have to get in here and think about it. So absolutely, a lot of internal conversation around that, but then a huge recognition we have to address it. We also have to acknowledge it's been done forever. So.
And then my one last question to tie this up. Jennifer, both you and Jenny mentioned that these guidelines will be printed any day now. How are those going to be distributed? Could a small coastal national park request a few boxes that they could then distribute to partners and neighbors in the wider community?
So the long awaited printed version, and part of this is governmental printing. Every single state historic preservation office, most of our park regions, many of our park units, other partners, local preservation nonprofits that we had worked with directly, all are on that mailing list. But absolutely, people can stick their hand up, and we can really work to push those out into the field. Gavin's hand is up, so okay. but they're coming. So we're very excited about that.
And with that, thank you very much.
Yeah, fabulous start to the morning. Thank you all so much. We will be back here kicking it off again at 10:15 for our next panel, which I think will definitely feel is a great carryover, increasing coastal resiliency over time. Thanks so much.
So hi everyone, I'm Julia Neisel. I manage the shoreline and floodplain team with the state's Office of Coastal Zone Management. You might wonder why I'm here. We help communities deal with flooding and erosion issues, and sea level rise has always been fundamental to the work that we do. We're very fortunate to have had Barbara Warren give us a shout out last night with all the great coastal resilience grant projects that we fund in the communities. She provided examples from Beverly, Salem, and Marblehead, and we're really proud of that work. We especially love to focus on nature-based shoreline restoration, because when we're talking about climate change and rising water levels, nature-based approaches are inherently adaptable. They accumulate sediment, and vegetation decay helps build up systems over time. And they're the first line of defense for all of our historic properties along the shoreline that were built when sea levels were a foot and a half lower. So the work that we do is very complementary to a more comprehensive approach to management of flooding in historic neighborhoods. So we're very fortunate to have an all-star lineup of historic preservation experts to talk to you all this morning about very practical ways to think about modifying structures over time. So we have some low-level building modifications that can be implemented now without much community resistance or cost. So we're talking about looking at foundations and basements and windows and doors. And then as you're able to develop a good conversation with the community and fundraise, you can also start to think about building elevation and moving of structures outside of these really high-risk flood zones. So as I said, we have 3 historic preservation experts. We have Lise Perhay coming to us from Seattle. She'll be up on the screen momentarily. She is with the Army Corps of Engineers, and we're very fortunate to have her working in New England on some planning projects in our communities, and she'll be able to tell you more about that. And then we also have Margaret Back coming to us from Newport, and you've already met Stephen Mallory from the Peabody Essex Museum. So we're going to start with Lise, and I thank you for your attention this morning, and I really look forward to our discussion.
Hi, everyone. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yes, and you look fabulous this morning. Thank you for waking up early for us.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm thrilled to be here. So I'm going to be your floating digital head presenter today, and we're going to try some hybrid screen sharing here. So please bear with me while I do that. So my name is Lise Perhay, and I am the lead at the Technical Center of Expertise for the Historic Built Environment. I work with the Army Corps of Engineers. I have been working in historic preservation for 11 years now. So what is the Technical Center of Expertise? We are based out of the Seattle district offices, and we are the lead technical center for advisory matters relating to the historic built environment. We can be contracted out to any federal agency and are reimbursable. And we are staffed by Secretary of Interior qualified architectural historians and historic architects. So the TCX is currently working in New England and in Massachusetts more specifically. I am a member of the Corps Silver Jackets program. And so what that is an interagency group of specialists that work at the national, state, and local level on interdisciplinary teams to identify non-structural flood proofing measures. So this fall, I'm going to be working in Provincetown, Sandwich, and Falmouth, and we're going to select 15 buildings, 5 from each of these communities that represent common building forms and give some good, better, best type interventions that can be implemented to flood-proof these. So what is non-structural flood proofing? So it's these smaller interventions that are not levees, dams, or seawalls. So here we've got some really beautiful storm doors from the Vanderbilt mansion. I don't think we're going to be recommending anything like this, but this is the dream, right? So there's 2 types of non-structural flood interventions. There's wet flood proofing and dry flood proofing. So wet flood proofing is where you let the water enter the structure and then you work to get it out as quickly as possible. And dry flood proofing is where we try to keep the water from ever entering the building envelope, maybe even keeping it away from the building envelope. So historic buildings are well suited for this as opposed to modern construction flood proofing. Because these buildings have breathable membranes, these aren't your passive houses that are super locked down. These buildings were part of their environment. They were often made with semi-local materials. And then also some of the materials that are used in historic construction are more durable than ones we have today. So, you know, solid masonry units and old growth timbers, right? The density of that wood is so much different than what we have today. So it provides greater density and natural pest resistance when we work with these historic materials and these historic buildings that are meant to breathe. So let's talk a little bit about wet flood proofing measures. So wet flood proofing allows the water to enter and exit quickly. So this is things like floor foundation vents. That is a really quick and easy. Oftentimes we already have vents in our basements. Well, foundations, if you have a basement, you know, it's a different conversation. Things like sump pumps. You can also do interior flood walls. And in some historic structures, we've got a really great precedent for design details, especially in altered construction, that allow us to pre-flood cut, right? So, and put in things like sympathetic molding. And again, based on like what the National Park Service folks were saying, you know, these solutions are only appropriate if you're in a documented flood area, right? So the goal is to keep these buildings used. The healthiest historic building is one that is still occupied. Dry flood proofing. So dry flood proofing is what we commonly think of, right? We don't want the water to enter the home always. So this is things like storm doors and storm windows. So I know you do have basements. So a storm window is a really great intervention to keep the water out. You can also use inflatable barriers. This is most appropriate for, you know, separated dwelling units like homes, right? So you basically create this inflatable moat around your house that's designed to keep water out. You can reinforce your foundation to make it less permeable. So this can be done with things like vapor barriers, drainage systems. One thing you always want to think about is raising your utilities. A building has a better chance of surviving a flood when you can get it dried out quickly and occupied quickly again, right? So again, the healthiest building is one that's used. So raising your utilities above the flood line is a really great step. And then some of the bigger interventions that we talk about are moving buildings up to higher ground, or raising the foundation. And then there's also non-building focused interventions we can do. So when we think about flood proofing, it's not just about the building. The building is part of a larger environment, the natural environment, and then the one we've constructed for ourselves as well. So we can install bioswales. We can work to restore the ecosystems by replanting eelgrass and dune restoration. These are all really great things. And so we think about this and we're like, oh, that needs to be done at a city level or a larger scale local level. Well, you can also do things like permeable pavers just on your property, or creating low points on your property that are intended to flood and catch water. You know, if you've got a little bit of a larger lot, that's a really viable option as well. Concrete does not absorb water, but plants and the earth can. So some areas that we think about primarily when we look at non-structural flood proofing are windows. And some things we can do are storm windows, temporary membranes, or flood walls to protect them, right? So kind of little C-shaped window units that go into the soil with proper drainage around them to protect the water from even encountering the window. Doors. Doors are another huge entry point for people and water. So storm doors are a great option. There's definitely a strong historic precedent for that in New England, right? So there's a lot of things we can be inspired by that are part of the historic vernacular already. You've got these great recessed entries on these Victorian commercial buildings that really work well to accommodate a storm door. We can do venting. So like if you have a historic fire station or something and you've got big doors, you know, we can put vents in it so the water comes in and goes out really quickly. Again, I talked about these inflatable structures. You can kind of create an inflatable moat of dry around your building. And then something that could happen at the city level is you could raise your curbs. When we look at historic photos, again, a lot of times we had these taller boardwalks, right? Because we had horses and we just kind of channeled the muck in the rain. So again, drawing inspiration from history to help manage that. Utilities, strongly recommend addressing utilities, right? Because we want to be able to get you back in the structure as soon as possible. So elevating these above the flood height or creating flood walls around them to protect those. Basements. So the most extreme solution is you can fill in your basement, but we don't all want to lose that square footage. So looking at exterior drainage systems like French drains, especially ones that can tie into storm membranes, putting in storm windows, you know, reinforcing what's already there. Again, this needs to be done with the guidance of a historic masonry expert. You know, when we talk about reinforcing basements, oftentimes the newer solutions are more resilient than some of the historic materials. So we want to make sure that we're not damaging that historic fabric when we do that. So the caveat again for all of this is talk to your local experts, talk to trade experts. And then the last solution is the sump pump. So that when the water gets in, it helps you get it out quickly. So this was touched on in the last presentation. So in cases of storm and water infiltration, we're often in a state where we're reactionary, and we want to avoid that. So before this happens, come up with a plan, right? Identify where you are. Are you in a flood impact zone? And where's the water coming from? Is it coming from the underside of the building? Is it coming from groundwater? Or is it intruding through the facades, like water breaching a storm wall? Look at historic and anticipated conditions. So look at old and new flood maps. Kind of see how frequently you're going to be looking at flooding. And then look at the speed of the water, right? Is it coming in fast? Is it coming in slow? And then are you in an area where you get ice and snow? The composition of the water makes a difference too. And then you're going to look at your character defining features of your building. If you don't feel confident doing this yourself, bring in an expert. So look at windows, doors, decorative details, the level of integrity that's left in your structure. So, you know, like the example that we saw in the previous presentation, the porch, the pre-existing precedent for an elevated foundation. These are all things that we consider. And then lastly, based on these other factors, right? So what kind of flooding you're looking at, where you are, and the character defining features of your building, you decide what's right for you and your budget as well. You know, are you going to wet flood proof or are you going to dry flood proof? And so here are some resources. FEMA maps, NOAA, the National Park Service preservation briefs are perfect. They're really the best resource that's out there. And then here are Army Corps flood management projects. And that is the end of my presentation.
Lise, thank you very
and I'll
much.
take questions at the end. Here's my contact information. You're welcome to reach out to me with any specific questions, and I look forward to working in Massachusetts and hopefully getting to meet you all.
All right, Margaret, you're up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margaret Back. I'm the Preservation Associate with the Newport Restoration Foundation. And before that, I was working as a preservation project manager and facility manager for historic properties, many of them historic museum properties. But I'm coming to you today specifically to talk about one project in Newport, 74 Bridge Street, which is located in Newport's historic district in the historic Point neighborhood. And the most interesting thing about 74 Bridge Street, it was actually the first project in the Point neighborhood and in Newport to follow the new Newport design guidelines for elevating historic buildings, which Andy, of course, just talked about. So I think this will be a nice segue to kind of show a case study example of some of the adaptation strategies and solutions that we've all been talking about so far this morning. So 74 Bridge Street, just to give you some historic background, it was built in the 1730s. It's also known as the Christopher Townsend House due to its association with the Townsend family of furniture makers in Newport, very well known in Newport. The property was also purchased by the Newport Restoration Foundation in 2012. I should note that NRF was founded in 1968 by Doris Duke, and a large part of our mission is to steward and interpret 18th and 19th century architecture of Aquidneck Island, including Newport. We mostly do this through our portfolio of about 70 historic properties that we rent in the historic Point neighborhood, the historic Hill neighborhood, and a few other neighborhoods in Newport to our tenant stewards. So acquiring this building was of significance to us for its historic background and also its location in a historic district in Newport. We did know, though, that in purchasing this property, that it was also located in a floodplain. The Point neighborhood is very low lying. You can see from this 1850s map as well that cove just to the south has been filled in through the years. It's at a very low point within the city. And as you can see, it had a history of flooding before we purchased it. Hurricane Sandy in particular actually caused us to elevate the boiler out of the basement to the first floor. And that storm in particularly raised water levels up to the first floor framing in the basement. But we also knew that we weren't alone in this. Obviously, many of the Point neighborhood properties were threatened. We also, about half of our portfolio lies within the floodplain. So we knew there was a larger discussion to be had around this property and other wooden structures at these low-lying points in Newport. And in 2016, this property, 74 Bridge Street, which you maybe now are familiar with a little more, was used sort of as the launch point and the catalyst for the Keeping History Above Water conference series. So this property in particularly was part of a 2-day design charrette in 2016. that really brought together preservationists, architects, planners, historians to think about design strategies for this property, really looking at it from the larger scale, thinking about municipal stormwater planning that needs to happen in these historic neighborhoods, but then also policy and design scale as well, and what we can do as preservationists and planners in our design guidelines and in our policy making, thinking of strategies for these buildings as well. So I'm here just to show you what became 6 years later of 74 Bridge Street. I'll start by saying that NRF chose to sell the property, place a preservation easement on the exterior, as well as certain interior rooms and features of the building as well. We did make that decision, but knowing that the property, the person purchasing the home, the private homeowner, would be elevating the property. So we did know that was their intent when selling it. So happy to show that the building was elevated in 2020. And again, this was the first property to be following Newport's design guidelines for elevating historic buildings. The building was kept in its original siting, just elevated in place, so it was not moved back from the sidewalk in any way. And this is how the property looks today on the right. You can see on the left is when it was first elevated on concrete block and how it looks today. And I'll also note, just in terms of restoring the property, it did was, of course, as you can see, repainted. A new cedar roof was installed. All of the wood windows were conserved, and most of the siding retained as well. So this was also just a beautifully restored property, in addition to it being elevated. But of course, the first question when elevating is how high, and I think some speakers today have already kind of touched on the complications and really picking a height elevation for these properties. I'll speak a little to the background of 74 Bridge Street. The homeowner did hire, of course, an architect as well as an engineer for this project. And when they went to obtain a flood elevation certificate, the FEMA base flood elevation for this property, as well as for much of the Point neighborhood, is 12 feet. You can imagine this red line going across 74 Bridge Street in the middle. These are the two neighboring properties. That shows that base flood elevation of 12 feet and just how high those properties would need to be elevated to get their first floors above that level. The two properties on either side of 74 had been elevated at different points prior. So it had 74 Bridge wanted to reach that 12-foot mark, it would need to be elevated about 6 feet 8 inches. So you can imagine how it would look were it were to be quite higher than its neighboring properties. So the owners decided to pick 40 inches as the elevation height based on current floods that were being seen in the neighborhood and high tide levels, also considering the context of the surrounding buildings. The images above are just some pictures of the Point neighborhood, some elevated and non-elevated buildings to give you a sense of the street scale and just how high 12 feet would have really looked in this neighborhood. Things did change at the last minute, though. Although that height of 40 inches was agreed upon by the HDC as well as the zoning department, the building inspector ended up appealing the project to the Rhode Island Building Code Standards Committee, looking again for that exemption of substantial improvements through FEMA. But then it was forwarded once more to the Rhode Island Department of Emergency Management Agency, which set the condition that the utilities needed to be elevated above the first floor. But what's interesting is that REMA ended up setting that utility height at 9 feet. And that meant that the building needed to be elevated an additional 8 inches so that those utilities would be elevated at least 9 feet. So I only note that because I think it is a complicated process of picking that height. And to say the least, it did require multiple reviews and back and forth discussion when it had to be resubmitted again through NRF, through HDC, and through zoning to get that building elevation certificate. And then just looking at some of the considerations of restoring the building when thinking about it now being about 4 feet higher than it was prior, I'll just note the historic properties of the building. Of course, the core of the building, 1730s, but I'll also say that the workshop addition to the west there is from the 19th century. So although a more modern addition to the building, it's very important in the history of the property as showcasing both a domestic and a commercial space. So it was very important in this restoration to retain that workshop addition. But what's useful with historic buildings and the many additions often added on is there was a kitchen addition from the 1980s off the rear away from the formal front. And that space ended up being really useful in terms of flexibility when thinking about elevating utilities. As you can see, that's exactly what the homeowner chose to do. They elevated all of the utilities from the basement to that kitchen addition, moved the kitchen into the main body of the house, took off that small bump out that NRF had actually added to put the boiler in, and actually added a rear door, a Dutch style wooden door, keeping with historic character, to the rear of the building as well to provide another entry. But keeping all those elevations out of a historic portion of the house, taking up valuable floor space in these small colonial buildings, and away from the formal front. For the basement, again, the building was elevated on concrete block. It was backfilled with gravel to allow for drainage, and flood vents were put in, so a wet flood-proofing method, as Lise talked about before. And you can see that all of the flood vents were placed on all elevations of the building, except again for that formal front of the building. And you can see one of those flood vents in the top image there. Kind of matches the mortar quite nicely of the building too. And then the foundation itself, although structurally it is a concrete block, the homeowners were able to find a very skilled restoration mason who retained all of the original field stone from that foundation and reapplied them on the exterior here. So really as more of a veneer than structurally doing anything, but really providing that nice streetscape context. Stairs and entries were something that were probably the most debated on this project and discussed. Again, wanting to keep all three of those doors on the formal front to show again that domestic and commercial mixed use of the property. But you can see as a homeowner do you need 3 entrances to the front of your house? Do you need to have double railings and steps? And Newport, as well as a lot of other historic communities, have beautiful but problematic at times narrow sidewalks with brick and cobblestones frequently, which pose their own accessibility concerns. And adding in additional steps now that you've elevated a building and need to put in steps is something that's discussed in the guidelines quite at length, actually. And this ultimately was decided that having an additional set of steps for the workshop addition was not necessary, both for not needing additional doorways, but also for crowding the sidewalk. The happy medium that was proposed was to actually just place stoops underneath those 2 doors on the workshop addition, which ended up not being placed, even though they were in the original drawings, because once again, it became a code issue with the sidewalk and impeding the sidewalk access. And I'll also note that those 2 doors to the workshop addition are purely kind of dummy doors, and they don't actually open to anything, but were again kept just to keep that character. And then finally, skylights. This is something that the Secretary of the Interior Standards usually advises against with historic properties. The homeowners felt that because the building was being elevated, that skylights wouldn't be visible from the street. But this is something that ultimately NRF felt, as the easement holder, was inappropriate to the context of the building. And the skylights were not installed. We felt from certain vantage points they were still visible. And I'll also note, just for anyone interested, the chimneys were also raised with this property too. One chimney from the workshop addition had been removed years prior, and it had been approved to reinstall this chimney, but it ended up, for maintenance concerns, not being rebuilt. So that's the quick overview of 74 Bridge Street. I think it ended up being really a nice kind of striking a balance between local code and then as well as an easement holder with NRF and the homeowner, I think, beautifully restoring the property too. So any questions, I'll be here.
Thank you, Margaret. And now, in our progression of adaptation methods for these structures, we have Stephen Mallory coming up to talk about a great project here in Salem.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Stephen Mallory. I'm the manager of Historic Structures and Landscapes here at the PVD Essex Museum, and we are delighted to be your hosts for this really exciting and very germane topic. At the museum here ourselves, we have an action team consisting of staff members, and it's an interdepartmental initiative to study our own carbon footprint relative to energy use, and also the impact of climate change on our historic structures, where we're looking at all sorts of things from humidity levels in them as a result of ambient moisture content in the air rising, which is causing mold and things. And we've done a lot with level 1 interventions with ventilation systems that seems to be A, non-intrusive, but B, also very effective so far as per this summer, which is our first chance to really study them. And also water management with gutters and exterior materials usage and paint types and that sort of thing. So pretty exciting stuff. And to begin my presentation, the topic of moving buildings, especially masonry ones, we could have a 2-day symposium just on how this is done and what your options are and all sorts of things like that. And so the main topic, the main point of what I'd like to get across is, because of everything that comes in when a masonry structure is in question, is, well, they're not movable. Well, really they are. They're very movable, and I'd like to show you some examples of that, how it's done, and the considerations that you really have to be thinking of when you tackle a project like this. I also want to limit this discussion to bearing load masonry buildings. These are where the walls are structural masonry, and not, which really limits us to the 18th and 19th centuries. I'm not going to be getting into as much veneer masonry buildings and stucco buildings, because they really have steel or wooden frames and can be handled a little bit differently. And so I really want to concentrate on masonry buildings that are bearing wall. And the reason for that is, as opposed to wooden buildings, which are moved quite often and have been historically, so have masonry buildings too, wooden buildings are bigger pieces that are lighter in weight and a bit more flexible. And masonry buildings are much more ponderous. They're big and very heavy and composed of millions of little brittle pieces. And that's something that we need to be thinking about. And so the first thing, moving to my first slide, here's my gratuitous buildings underwater slide for you to look at. Just to kind of give an idea of, here's a masonry building in a flood zone. And we're looking at a structure that, on the one hand, a masonry building, because of the way the foundation, and especially if it's doesn't have penetrations, might keep water out. They also can retain water for a very long time. And I want to really get into the kind of the framework for how to consider moving a building. First of all, moving a structure, we've kind of touched on this in many of the other presentations that you've heard over the last couple of days, is a consideration with its National Register, state and local designations. It can impact a building's designation adversely if it's moved, and it can also prevent a moved building can sometimes not be eligible for the National Register if it's nominated after being moved. And so these are things that need to be considered. We also want to consider the fact that buildings have been moved for a variety of reasons for many, many years, even centuries. I'll show you a few slides of some older moves. The first thing we want to really talk about, I think, is with moving historic buildings, is to have a matrix for what the kind of ethical and procedural and landmarking concerns are. This document by John Obed Curtis, was produced by the U.S. Department of the Interior in 1979, but I've actually included the content sheet because this is a really good resource just as a framework if you're encountering a building of any kind, including masonry buildings that need consideration. This is a great kind of checklist and document for things to be considering when you undertake one of these things, as per, moving contractors. We don't need to go down the whole list. I realize we're kind of getting short on time, so excuse me if I sort of blitz through all of these things. Historically, buildings have been moved by a number of means. and for a variety of reasons. Here's a great picture of the Wentworth Mansion in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, being moved down the Piscataqua River in the 19th century with tugs. And if we want to kind of look at, again, historically why were buildings moved? Early on, it was for practicality, mostly. Farmers would move barns around, or smaller structures would be moved. Many towns and counties across the country, and particularly the ones that I've seen here in New England, you see pictures of old black and white pictures of buildings being moved all the time. Mostly historically for practicality. Even here in Salem, when the Common was developed in the early 19th century, several lesser wooden buildings that were older were moved off to other neighborhoods so that the big brick elegant mansions could be built. Then after the bicentennial and into the 1920s and 30s with Colonial Williamsburg sort of setting a standard for outdoor house museums and things, in various institutions, choice examples of historic buildings were collected for people to appreciate and learn from. Examples would be Colonial Williamsburg, or not so much, but Sturbridge Village, Old Greenfield Village in Dearborn, Michigan, Eastfield Village in upstate New York. These are where historic buildings of kind of importance were collected and put within a historic context that, although it's artificial, it would give you a sense of place and belonging and that sort of thing. And in other examples, endangered landmarks, or again, other choice examples, were brought together in a non-historic, with no attempt deliberately oftentimes to create a historic setting, but more like artifacts on a landscape to be appreciated strictly for their architecture and design and things like that. One example would be Shelburne Museum in Vermont, and another would be here at PEM, where we actually went through a period where we collected a number of important endangered buildings and moved them into the campus, but without integrating them into an artificial, historical setting. Really now, for the first time, we're really looking at a different paradigm where we're thinking about moving buildings, not necessarily to make way for more bigger, expensive buildings, or to create or to save something from demolition, but really to protect valuable real estate in what's oftentimes the more expensive areas of town, which are waterfront areas that are low-lying and prone to floods. So here's another example in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. This is typically the way a building would have been moved overland in the 19th century with teams of oxen. This is the early 18th century Spite House being moved down through Market Square in the late 19th century. And then here, where I grew up in Vermont, we actually still do it the right way. This is a meeting house in Western Vermont that was from the 1840s that needed to be moved. And really, just as a traditional thing, oxen were called to duty from all over the state, and it took 40 of them to move this meeting house down the road. And here in Salem, here's another example. This happens to be an example of a building. This is First Baptist Church, circa 1807. This was relocated 180 feet to the east to make room for the new Essex County Superior Court complex in 2009. So here's a great example of what you can see about how an immense masonry structure was shored up and moved to make room for this this courthouse. And you can see it prominently if you come into town on Bridge Street. It's a very prominent building at that intersection. And you can see this massive brick building shored up with steel and with steel tie beams underneath it, and get an idea of how this is done. It would take a whole other session to get into all the logistics of really how this is done with shoring needles and hydraulics and steel and engineering studies and things to make sure that all the loads are compensated for. And we really can't get into that level of detail in a short 10-minute presentation like this. I just really wanted to get some graphics in here to give you an idea that this is indeed very possible and done more often than you'd think. One of the first things to do when one of the first things to do when considering moving a masonry structure, brick or stone, is to very carefully evaluate its existing condition. What are the causes? Is it deteriorating at all? And if it is, what are the causes of deterioration? And then those things need to be addressed and mitigated before a building is moved, especially a masonry building, because again, lots of little pieces. Rising damp, especially with climate change and higher levels of groundwater and humidity and things like that, are contributors to a phenomenon known as rising damp. And it's sort of a cancer to particularly brick buildings. On exteriors and also interiors, you'll notice, you can see the advancement of rising damp by what's known as a tide line. And what you can see here is that white crooked line of soluble salts. Whenever water gets into something, it has to get out somehow. And so when water wicking up through very wet ground over a period of time permanently saturates those bricks, it has to leave through the masonry as well. And when it does, it drives soluble salts that are in the mortar and the bricks, or in some cases stone, outward. And that telegraphs onto the exterior and gives you an idea of how far that condition has advanced over time. And what results from rising damp is a permanent softening of materials. And again, with brick, it's very common. With stone, rising damp seems to be really most prevalent in brownstones or sandstones, which are much softer material. But in cases of granite and limestone and things like that, and marble, not so much. On the interior, this is an interior example of rising damp where you can see the soluble salts, but also what happens over time is those freeze-thaw cycles contribute to this, because once moisture infiltrates bricks and mortar and the bricks soften in cold conditions, that moisture inside the masonry will freeze and cause the faces of bricks to blow off in a phenomenon known as spalling. And in this instance, these soft-fired bricks in an 18th century chimney base in New Hampshire, this is a sign of kind of permanent failure of brick masonry. This is something that if this building were to be, oops, what did I just do? It wasn't me. This is very sensitive. Okay. These are things that have to be dealt with before a building is moved. And in an instance like this, you would be looking at brick extraction and replacement, because anything that's this fragile and vulnerable needs to be stabilized and repaired before anything is lifted up as a big, huge unit. Structural cracking, again, with rising sea level, with greater moisture content in soil, more rain, periodic times where things don't dry out. You'll probably all remember that, well, we're experiencing a record drought this summer, but you'll probably remember last summer when we went for 70 solid days where it rained every day and ground became permanently saturated. Soil compaction can be a factor with masonry buildings, which are more brittle than wooden ones, resulting in them settling. And here's an example of structural cracking, where you see a crack in a building that goes, it doesn't follow the mortar joints. Instead, it cleaves shear through the bricks, which is a sign of a structural shift in the building. This is, again, something to watch and to mitigate before a building is moved. Here on the right, you can see from November 17th to July 18th, that crack as measured on the interior has progressed over a foot. So that's a sign that this building is actively moving and something would need to be dealt with before it's actually moved. And let's move on to kind of a little bit of logistics. As a part of the planning process for moving masonry buildings, you have to really, as I said, identify all the structural issues: rising damp, structural cracking. The most common issues are structural cracking, moisture failure, spalling, and stone failure, mostly with brownstone. Another thing to really consider is, more so with masonry structure than wooden ones, distance and terrain are more up for consideration because of the sheer weight of the structure that's being moved. And any new site elevation should include the proper elevation, drainage, and moisture barriers to prevent future moisture infiltration, which our previous couple of presentations did a fabulous job of discussing. And also moving a masonry building should also include flood control means if necessary in areas where that's a concern. Here at the PBD Essex Museum in 2001, we actually moved 2 historic buildings that were not in a historic district and were also not really adjacent to other historic buildings in order to create our the new softy wing, which you're sitting in right now. This involved discontinuation of a section of Liberty Street and making it into that publicly accessible Axelrod walkway. And there were 2 19th century brick buildings near the footprint of this, where this structure is now. And we made an agreement with the city that those buildings would be moved a short distance and placed in a historic context so that they would, walking by them today, you'd never know unless you were a resident of Salem for decades that they had been moved. These are the Gilbert Chadwick House and the Joseph Felt House, both 19th century 3-story brick buildings being moved off their original foundations and around the corner to what's now Charter Street. And so if you were to go outside this building and go down the Axelrod walkway, they're right here within probably 75 feet of where we're actually sitting. This is the Gilbert Chadwick House being moved. It didn't have significant structural problems. It was lifted up on steel and moved, I would say, about 500 feet and turned perpendicular to its original orientation to face Charter Street. Interesting story anecdotally about this. Technology's actually come leaps and bounds in the last 20 years when it comes to even moving these sorts of buildings. You can see this is done very 20th century traditional, where the building is shored up with steel and on cribbing and then put onto a carriage with wheels where it's towed by trucks very slowly to its new location and let down on a new foundation. This particular building, when being moved, it was moved on a frigid Thanksgiving Day where they thought the traffic would be down and things like that. The lead truck, which pulls the building, also had a truck behind it, which you can't see, that pulled back on the building so that it would be stable while it was being moved. There was an accidental miscommunication between those 2 trucks, which resulted in the lead truck leaving and the rear truck not being able to control the building, and the building just started moving itself. And it slowly rolled downhill without any ability for anyone to stop it. And it just, everyone watched in horror while it went down the hill. It went onto its skid plates and came to a dead stop on top of its new foundation. So I guess it wanted to be there too. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yes. The Nathaniel Felt House was also moved, and it's next door. This involved removal of some mid 20th century not so great additions that are not existent anymore. And this one was moved complete with its stone foundation as well. And here's an example of the cribbing before the new foundation was poured. And here are those 2 buildings today on Charter Street. And so that pretty much concludes everything that I would like to talk about in showing you case study and what to be thinking about. And feel free to answer or to ask me plenty of questions when we get to that point.
Hi, thanks for continuing to digitally accommodate me.
Absolutely. The crowd is on the edge of their seat. So we have 10 minutes left for questions with our experts here. Who has the first question? In the middle there. Oh, okay.
Darlene Mellis, Salem Tree Commission. I'd like to speak later, but when I visited Venice, one of the points they made is that sitting in the middle of a lagoon, you require a special stone underneath the brick or stone buildings that will not communicate rising damp. I haven't picked up on that point with you folks.
Yes, that's something also just kind of in the lot of material to convey. Yes, vapor barriers between an old foundation and an existing building, or especially when you're considering a new foundation in a moved building or a raised building, are really important. And in the United States, I'm not sure about Venice, but in the United States, historically as well as now, it's very common to use slate as a vapor barrier between a concrete or stone foundation and either a wooden structure or a masonry structure above, because slate is a non-permeable stone and it's a natural vapor barrier, as well as being a nice to look at material as opposed to other types of things.
Lise, please go ahead.
Adding on to that, in areas where we have high erosion, the Army Corps has recommended using marble as well.
Thank you.
I wonder, especially in cases of elevating historic buildings, if any of you have seen ADA challenges to any of this, and what kind of work is being done to bring in the ADA community and resolving all this to prevent what you can imagine will be battlegrounds in the future.
I have actually personally not had to deal with those issues, but I think with the Newport Restoration Foundation's raising of that building, well, that was a private residence and not publicly accessible.
I have seen accessibility addressed in other forms of guidelines, though. I think you can find that. I also know that in Newport, we did just hire a consultant to do the graphic representation of our elevation guidelines, and he has experience in putting in wheelchair lifts, in doing ramps. There are definitely different solutions you can employ, and I think that's something that's definitely a growing piece of guidelines. And yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely an area of concern that we have to really be aware of. And you know, in flood situations, it's tricky, right? Non-mechanical interventions are definitely what's going to hold up in cases of natural emergency. And yeah, I think it's really site specific. I haven't really seen kind of overarching broad one size fits all interventions.
There's been a lot of generalities in these talks. Can you give us some hard numbers about what it actually costs to move a house, raise it, say, 48 inches? What does it actually cost to move a house, you know, to the next block? I read one account where it cost $1 million just to move the chimney, because the chimney goes all the way down to the basement and every part of the structure is tied into it. So what are some hard numbers? What does it cost?
I know people were hoping that I could provide those hard numbers, but because this was a private project, I don't have those numbers, but I can say that there's certainly a payoff in terms of you're elevating your property, you're hopefully reducing your flood insurance then, which can be quite high, and then you're also hopefully increasing the value of your home in the future.
So in Massachusetts, we have experience elevating a lot of small single-family wood frame structures through FEMA grants. And typically those homes along the South Shore that have been raised cost anywhere between $40,000 to $80,000 to elevate. You know, 1 to 2 feet above the base flood elevation. So that's oftentimes elevating like 4 to 6 feet above the ground elevation where it was. And we can follow up with some fact sheets that were developed on those projects. It's a little bit removed from, you know, some of the historic structures that we're talking about today, but at least it'll give you some baseline understanding of the costs. Lise, please go ahead.
Yeah, in September of 2023, the 15 case studies by the Silver Jackets team will be available online at iwr.usace.army.mil/silver-jackets/, and that will have real costs for you for a variety of interventions from micro to macro.
Thank you. Next question, please.
I'm a structural engineer in preservation, and I'm somebody who would naturally be excited about.
Please.
Sorry. Hi,
Yes,
I'm a
thank you.
structural engineer in preservation, and somebody who would naturally be excited about raising buildings and eliminating all possible threats. My concern is urban context. For example, Salem is a city that is very densely built, totally built. I think the significance of the architecture here isn't just the buildings, but the streetscape. And one of my concerns with raising the structures on a kind of piecemeal basis is you're losing that context. You're burying all of your archaeology. When does it become appropriate to kind of attack an entire neighborhood, and how would one get funding for that? Because I think you'd want to, like we've got a project right now in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Prospect Park, where they're actually literally raising the entire park, all the trees, the buildings, and it's a tremendous expense. My concern is that if everything's done piecemeal, we really lose a lot of the contextual significance of the streetscape in the neighborhood. Any thoughts? It's a terrible problem.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll talk about this kind of generally, right? I think that there's definitely a risk for that, and kind of where we are right now is in a reactionary phase, and anything is better than nothing, right? The goal is to keep as much occupancy as possible, and I think that there needs to be an appetite to address this at kind of a more macro local level, and that's where we start to see these cohesive interventions that are capable of preserving things like whole districts, whole parks. So talking to your local government officials is a great place to start, and there are a variety of federal funding opportunities available for that. I recommend looking at FEMA's website.
We actually have a state floodplain coordinator who is our liaison with FEMA, and we can actually have some pretty detailed discussions about flood risk neighborhoods and opportunities to apply to FEMA's various grant programs to think about a more regional approach to flood mitigation. Well, we're really fortunate in Salem to have very proactive neighborhood associations who are in discussions with nonprofit organizations and the municipality. And those groups are well connected with state officials who can pull in the appropriate federal staff that can help with channeling some of the federal grant funding down to the municipal level.
I think we're going to have to leave it there. Fascinating, wonderful examples that you all brought. And thank you, Lise, for joining us from afar. So I'll give you all a hand here in appreciation. Two quick things before our break. One, I wanted to make sure you were all aware of the wonderful panel that's right outside the door of Morse. That is Tom Starr's description of a new project that's in Salem, but across much of the coastline at this point, called Remembrance of Climate Futures. And these are plaques installed around Salem that you can actually go see now. That's connected to this broader project. Tom, are you in here? Can you just put your hand up? So it's an amazing project that Tom Starr, an artist and graphic designer at Northeastern, is leading. And then also Darlene, who spoke a minute ago, did you just want to mention I know there's the aspect of the plantings that we're doing, and you were pointing out that there's a list of trees. Just a sec, Leela, can you give her?
So thank you. The Salem Tree Commission is about to celebrate its third year of being in existence, and we have been working to establish a web page that will have so many resources. And one of those that came to our attention were the results of tree wardens in New York State who were inundated, as you know, by Hurricane Sandy. They did an analysis of their massive tree loss, but they identified 75 species of trees that could actually survive inundation of salt water. And so that article is on the Salem Tree Commission webpage. That's a city website page. And it lists all the trees that they recommend, and it's cross-referenced to the street trees that Salem actually plants. But you don't have to go with a street tree. You need backyard trees as well. So it's very important that people be looking at replacing their trees. I am noticing that our canopy is aging out. It is very important that homeowners start planting. And if you are in one of these flood zones, we're going to put up some of Barbara Warren's maps, so you'll know which neighborhoods you're talking about, so that we get proactive about having a canopy after we finish all this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Darlene. And so we will be kicking off here again at 11:30 with our final panel, which is focusing on practical approaches. And I think you will definitely want to be back here to welcome those panelists. Thank you so much.
Hello again, everybody. If I could just ask you to take your seats, please. We're sort of very tight on time, and I just want to make sure that we stay on schedule. Okay, so for our next panel discussion, and this is the final one for this afternoon, this addresses practical approaches to protecting and upgrading your historic buildings in a changing climate. So this is kind of a great way to end our symposium, because it really brings home a lot of the things that we've been discussing for the past 2 days about how to adapt and change. Again, welcoming you to the Peabody Essex Museum, while we ourselves are engaging in a hard look at our carbon footprint to help stop this or slow the train down on accelerating climate change, and also the impact and mitigation for our own historic structures. And so our three panelists this evening will be, or this afternoon, will be talking about case studies that they've been dealing with in historic structures, and how to both mitigate the impact of climate change and reduce carbon footprint. Our first speaker is Jean Marie Procius, and she is the Executive Director of the Salem Athenaeum. Welcome.
Thank you. Is that good? Great. And my slides. It's going to be kind of boring without the pictures. Oh. All right, there we go. So now we know where we are, and I'll put the building up so you can see it if you haven't yet. So the Athenaeum building was custom built for the library in 1907. We've been in existence since 1760 in various locations, but this building has been our home since 1907. William Rantoul was a local architect, and he designed the interior and based the exterior early Federal Revival design on published plans from the historical home of Charles Carroll Jr. in Baltimore, Maryland. So it has a southern design. The estate is named Homewood and was constructed in 1801. So we built the same design 100 years later. And I'll just show you that Homewood. See, it looks the same. In the center part, we don't do weddings, I'm just telling you right now. But they have the side wings, and I think they were bedrooms originally for the Carroll house. So the interior space of the Athenaeum is right here. This is our main reading room, and it was designed to be on the south side, so it was filled with natural light, especially in the winter when everyone wants to be reading inside. And that was the biggest complaint of our last building, which for those of you who don't know is the Phillips Library building right across the street. But there used to be an armory next door to it, and it was totally blocked of light in the winter. So it's one of the major reasons we moved to a new location and built this building. So the primary storage areas for collections are in the north corner and below grade. They protect against excessive light and heat. So right here, you can see it's also dark. Original lighting there, everyone, original stack unit. So the downside of being below grade is, of course, humidity. And fortunately, we don't have water infiltration. I don't have any beautiful flood pictures like the rest of you provided, thankfully. But our current issue is with these increasingly intense storms, and we expect we might have water incursion going forward. So we're trying to be proactive with this project we've been undertaking. And we definitely have spikes in humidity following storms. So I'm going to show you now some damage here. It's a little bit dark, but the blue arrow, there's kind of space between the shutters, the slats of the shutter, and that's actually water has worn away the wood. They became crescent shaped. And then you see the staining on the marble, the lintels and the sills. And then the pink arrow shows all the slats that fell off the top of that shutter, and we've collected them there on the side of the porch. So right here it shows a lot of splash up from when the water would be coming over the gutter and splashing mud up onto our basement level windows. We did add storm windows to protect from water actually coming in and from damaging the windows, but we still have that splash up. So this is a reason that the front of the building had been in better condition than the rear. Is on the left, this is a diverter that was added in 1998 when the roof was replaced, the copper roof. And there's the second image is from the street. That's what it looks like, just that little corner. So our project was to expand those diverters. With the help of the Historical Commission, they helped us design them. It looks like there's a gap there, but that's really just fresh copper reflecting off the light. I did not crawl up on a ladder to get better pictures, I'm sorry. But this is me sticking my head out of one of those little round corner windows to show you the back of it. Forgive me for the leaves. We'll get those taken care of. It's constant maintenance, constant. And this is the rear of the building. So there's a slightly different shape because the pediment doesn't come out. It's actually just a gable on the roof line. There's a flat roof over the porch. So there's a slightly different shape in the back and location. So it's really where those two angles meet that the water would converge and just race over, hitting the shutter, damaging the shutter. And we need a different treatment along the side of the building. There's just that one central downspout, and the water can race over those very filled gutters when we have a large storm. So the treatment here is going to be at the ground level. We're going to install French drains the whole length of both sides of the building. I'd hope to have it in before this conference, but everything is slower these days. So anytime soon it will be going in. And when we do the walking tour later, we can look at this a little closer. But the French drains will be going in, and then they will split. The water will split and go to either side, and we'll have rain gardens. So we're adding a mix of shrubs and perennials for balance and appearance throughout the growing season. So we'll have things blooming at different times and with preference to native species. We'll also relocate and propagate plants already present in our garden. I should have given you a garden picture. I didn't, I'm sorry. But one of the examples is a swamp azalea, which we have already in wet areas. So we'll be splitting that and putting that in the rain garden. The idea for the rain garden is that the water goes in and drains within 24 hours. And here we are back at the front. We're taking this approach because it's the least invasive and involves no permanent changes to the historic fabric of the building. because of the drought. I was hoping to have a video for you, but I don't. But we might see it today since it's raining. Might get it in action. There was one thing, let's see, I wanted to mention something else. Oh yeah, so the reason we didn't want to change, is my laser, oh, wrong thing. So right here, these are where the gutters are, and this is highly decorative. So this is the one reason we're taking this approach first, is that we'll start small. If it doesn't work, then we have, you know, a series of steps mapped out before we actually have to make changes to the woodwork at the top. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jean Marie. I think that's one of the things that we really are thinking about globally with our historic structures at homeowner level as well, is water diversion from the roof. And we're noticing, because of increased storms and water volume, that we're doing bigger gutters and needing to get water further away from the building. So thanks so much for that. Our next presenter, this will be Christina Pocatwa, is the Preservation Manager for Historic New England, which is the largest and oldest regional heritage organization in the nation. Christina plans and oversees preservation projects and facility maintenance for 12 historic sites located throughout the North Shore of Massachusetts. She holds a Master's of Science in Historic Preservation from Rogers Williams University, and will be discussing protecting historic New England's properties. So join me in welcoming Christina.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Okay, perfect. Okay, so yes. So today I'm going to talk about a couple different things we have done at some of our sites throughout the North Shore. I'm going to talk about several of them. And I know that a lot of focus about, actually here. So Historic New England, we own 39 sites that have associated buildings on them. Today I'm going to be talking about, I believe about 7 of them. They're located all through the North Shore of Massachusetts, so up to Newbury and then down here to Salem as well. All of our sites, some of them are in densely populated urban downtowns, and then some of them are actually some rural farmscapes, and then we actually have everything in between. So a lot of our sites, it's not a one thing fixes all. So you'll see in my upcoming slides that one thing that might not work for one building in Gloucester won't work for another site in Newbury, because also these are also museum properties as well. So we have to take that into account and how they're interpreted and how we present them to the public as well. So rising sea level, that is a main concern of historic buildings, and rightfully so. You know, the statistics are very devastating. But I'm actually going to be talking about sites not next to the coast. And so I'm going to be talking about roof drainage systems, and I'm going to be talking about the increased precipitation that the Northeast is expected to see, although obviously this year kind of blew that out of the water, but that's definitely the trend that we're going towards for the Northeast. So the first house I'm going to talk about is Coffin House. This house is located up in Newbury. It is 1678, and we had, back in 2017, we had a study done of our main sites where we looked at the drainage systems and how they were performing. We looked at the materials, and we looked at the actual pieces themselves. So we looked at the sizes of like the gutters, the outlook, or the outlets, and also the downspouts. And the goal for that was that we could see how those ones were performing, and then we could also implement, or we could take those calculations and then do further ones for our other sites and the other states of New England. And so we followed that up in 2018, 2019 with a Middlebury project. A couple interns from that college looked at North Shore sites, and one of them was Coffin House. And so for this house, you'll see the gutter is on the right side of the building when you're looking at it, and it just wasn't taking the water like it should have. There's a swell in the roof line, and oftentimes you definitely don't want to fix that because that could actually be more detrimental to the structure. So we had to determine what we wanted to do. And so as a museum property, we don't like to mess with, historic fabric, and we don't like to alter things as it currently stands. And especially for this one, there was actually a downspout right smack in the middle of the structure. And so before we got the property, it was taken off. And so we kind of grappled with our preservation philosophy. Do we put it back? Do we not? And we ended up putting it back. And so you'll see it right there. It doesn't have the porch entryway to kind of cover it anymore. But we felt that there was historic provenance, that it was there. And we also upsized it as well, which is something that the the interns suggested that we do. So we upsized the gutter, we upsized the outlet, and we also upsized the downspout as well to help carry the water away from the site. So Isley House, which is just a little bit further down from Coffin House, this is circa 1670. On the back side, though, also a museum property, it's on the backside, so you don't really see it when you're driving, and also tours don't go back there. So this was less of a point, I don't want to say point of contention because that's not what it was, but less of a discussion, I would say. So what happened is again, because of the roof line, the water wasn't making it into the downspout on the left. So what we decided to do was add a downspout onto the right. And we actually took the advantage of, we were doing some structural repairs. So the stone steps there, they were gone. So we actually were able to take the downspout and make it go underground and then daylight further out into the backyard. So that way it wouldn't be in the way of the tenant, wouldn't be in the way of any landscape operations or anything like that. So that was a pretty good success. And like I said, though obviously we added the feature, it was less of an intrusion on the historic nature of the site because the backyard or the exterior on the rear is not interpreted. Phillips House. So this is 1821. So this is actually the most recent one we did. We did it earlier this year. We kind of just needed to really see or really do some minor fixes, but it kind of came all together to be a larger project. So on the picture on the left, you'll see that this downspout, we thought that it had failed. We thought that there was a seam or something like that, but turns out it was just super clogged. So what we did was part of it was just something so simple, was adding a strainer in it. But we actually had to talk with our contractor because the strainer is only good as long as you clean it out. Thankfully, this one is actually on a flat roof. It's on the second story, and you can climb out to it from a window. So every now and then I go out there and I get my gloves on and I clean that bad boy out. And thankfully, again, I know we haven't had a horrible wet season, so this was last summer, but thankfully we haven't had that repeat. So the strainer seems to be working good. Again, just kind of simple improvements here. This is on the piazza. On the right, you'll see that the downspout just kind of stopped right at the foundation. Obviously, this wasn't good at all, even in the beginning, but because we were able to limp along, but now that the precipitation is increasing, we needed to do something because the framing materials were just going to continue to rot. So what we did was we added a leader away from the building. And then in future years, we'll actually probably put that underground. But for now, budgetary restraints and things like that, we were able to elongate it a couple feet and at least get it away from the foundation. Here, this is the carriage house, which is behind the mansion. It's the same thing. It kind of the downspout just ended right there at the corner. We were finding that it was not doing any favors to the brick or to the mortar. So what we did was we, again, elongated it about 2 to 3 feet. And so now the water is going to be taken further away from the foundation. And again, in the future, when we do revisit this property and the drainage system, we will probably be putting it underground. And then this is kind of the biggest change that happened. So this is the second floor. Originally, we had 2 downspouts just that ended right on top of the, not tar and gravel, but it's now a rubber membrane. And we didn't want any chances that whenever the roof did decide to, or if it ever did leak or anything like that, we didn't want any extra water getting into it. So what we decided to do was just elongate the downspouts and take it right into the gutter. This was something that we did need to talk about interpretation-wise, because the third floor, we do have a room up there that is part of the tour, and so you can see it out of the window. And so since this was a change, we did have to talk about it, but we decided that it was better for the state of the building to do this. And then that way also, if anyone had any questions, any of the guests on the tours were like, why is this like this? It would be a good chance to explain to them climate change and our decision process and why we decided to do this. And that in this case, it was better to do it than to not, for the betterment of not sticking to the historic status quo. So I talked about increased gutter sizes, and I've also talked about just increasing rain. So with that also comes increased moisture, and so also increased relative humidity. So I kind of talked about things on the outside, so now I'm going to go to the inside. These are some data loggers. This is how we map how our relative humidity and temperature are doing inside the museum spaces. You can kind of get creative with it and hide them, which you'll see on the next slide, or you can kind of keep them out in the open here. It really all depends. So the slides on the left here are actually Philip's house. So the one we put on the wainscoting kind of behind the couch to hide it. And then the one on the right is actually Beauport, and we put it behind a pewter pitcher. And so a lot of visitors don't see it. And if they do, again, it's a great opportunity to like show them what we're doing and how we are trying to see how the moisture is doing in the house. So Cogswell's grant. So when we find that we do have humidity problems, which unfortunately a lot of our sites do, we put in dehumidifier units. There's 1,000,001 ways to go about this, and so I'm going to be talking about a few of them right now. So this is Cogswell's grant. For this property, we decided to do a down-up approach. So we put 2 large-scale dehumidifiers in the basement. They're plumbed in. We don't have an HVAC system in the museum portion, but they are tied in, so they know when they need to come on, they know when they need to go off. And so we have found that when these guys are running, as you go up the structure, the relative humidity does go down. So we are finding that these are working, which is great. This is Beauport, so this is in Gloucester. This is right along the harbor. This is another site that has a lot of humidity concerns. In the servants' quarters, about 2-3 years ago, we had a massive mold bloom. So what we did was we put in a dehumidifier in the hallway. We had to run a long extension cord, and we weren't able to plumb it in. There wasn't an option to plumb it in. So the guides had to empty it. That made, a little treacherous carrying it down the stairs, getting water on collections items. So what we decided to do was to plumb it in through the window. It was obviously a leaded casement window, so we couldn't just kind of raise it and then like put a block in it or anything like that with a hose sticking out. So we actually had to end up taking the window out. We put the blank in, it's secure, it stays in year round. Nothing can get in, nothing can get out. And what we did was we put in this hole, and that's a before photo. So I've taped it since then. So what we do is in the summer and spring, when the house is open, we set that up, and it actually drains into a gutter that's just adjacent to the roof line. And then in the fall, winter, we tape it up and let it just close it back up, and then we do the same thing the next year. So this is a burden that's been relieved on the guides. They don't have to worry about it. It's better for tours because they don't have to interrupt tours to do it, and it's just all around a better idea. So that was one spot that we had an issue with it. And then lastly, I'm going to talk about Spencer Pierce Little Farm. This is also up in Newberry, and we have a couple different ones here. So these 2 are down in the basement as well. So one's a freestanding system, and the one on the right is actually connected to our HVAC system. So it's part of the air handling system or unit. So it will pump dehumidified air to a select number of rooms in the house. And we found that that has helped drastically. But the system is old. The house has an addition that isn't a part of this. And so we've had to supplement it a little bit. And so what we've had to do is put freestanding dehumidifier units. And again, the question of how are they powered, how are they emptied, and all of that. So we actually have one of each. So the one on the left, we have a pump into it, and we were able to pump it into a nearby bathroom, so the sink, so the guides don't have to worry about it. It can go on all the time. The one on the right side actually does need to be emptied. So again, that can kind of not be as effective, especially because you're dependent on people emptying it, and obviously people aren't there all the time. And then this one is also plumbed in down into the basement. Spencer Pierce Little, if you haven't been there, we have a unique approach to the building where you can kind of open up little like vignettes and things and see the structure and how it's evolved over time. So we actually kind of have this random hole in the closet, but it actually worked out really well because that's where we were able to put the hose down into. And this is actually for that room. So that's the dining room. So you'll see here, this is what comes from those little loggers. This doesn't really matter the brand, but so I got the last 4 years just because we've done it since 2009 is when we started collecting data, and the graph is just too crazy to look at. So I just did the last 4 years. So in October of 2021 is when we put in the dehumidifier in the dining room. And so you'll see the green line, it went down drastically to 50, which is where you want relative humidity to be at. Usually you want it between 40 and 60. 50 in a perfect world is ideal. But the biggest thing is the swings. So you'll see that when we put it in October, it went down to 50, and then it also stayed pretty stagnant around 50, which is fantastic. And then we just did it last year, but you'll see over here, the purple is now 2022. So even in June, whenever you really start to see the increase to go even all the way up to almost 90, it's still staying at 50. So far looking good. And the fact that it's plumbed in is fantastic because it doesn't shut off at night. So then it doesn't swing. So, which is very detrimental to the historic fabric and also the collections in the room. And then this is kind of just another one. I wasn't quite sure how it was going to show up, so I hope you guys can see it. This is a max and min on a daily basis. So you'll see it kind of goes up, down, up, down, up, down. But right here is when we put in the, because this is 2022, or 2021, I'm so sorry, October, this is when we put in the dehumidifier. So you'll see that it goes down, and now it's staying stagnant. It's not doing this up, down, up, down, up, down every year on a cycle. So far it's looking good. We'll see how this year, I haven't collected anything since I believe June or July. So we'll see how it goes. I know this year's been extremely dry. So I guess the next few years we'll see just really how things play out and just how well these dehumidifier units are working and what other sites we should deploy them at. That's it.
Thanks so much, Christina. That was a really important point to make, that low cost and least invasive means for managing humidity inside interiors is really what we're seeing kind of industry wide. Is it's the right place to start, and oftentimes it's the place to stop. In many cases, I know one of our colleagues, John Childs, was at Historic New England about 15 or more years ago, and has he's the head of our collections department now, but he was at Historic New England when a number of your buildings underwent some pretty extensive climate change systems. HVAC were put in, and they discovered after a number of years that they were not as effective as the means that were very low cost and non-invasive. So that's great news. And so thanks for that. Our next and final presenter for the evening is Richard Pavich, and he's going to be talking about how the Salem Inn is transitioning to clean energy. And so this is going to be really interesting stuff for all of us. Richard is currently the owner of the Salem Inns from 1983 to the present. He has been the vice president in engineering for Telsey's Systems, Inc., and holds master's degrees in electrical engineering and mathematics from Northeastern University. So please join me in welcoming Dick.
Good morning. I'm Dick Pavick. I think most of you may know me. Diane and I are the owners of the Salem Inn. Diane started it in 1983, and she's still the president, by the way, in case you know. And we've been living on Winter Island on Salem Sound now for the last 28 to almost 30 years. And we firsthand have experienced the problems of climate change with the rising seas and the fierce storms and the windstorms that in 2019, we had two 40-foot maple trees just absolutely toppled. One of them was sheared in half, and one half was laying in the ground, and we're sitting there with a 10-foot stump. Our seawall got breached, and it had to get repaired. So when that happened, the two of us decided that there are two things that we decided we were going to do. One is to make our gardens, our home and our gardens totally environmentally friendly, and that we were to try to reduce the amount of fossil fuel we were using both at home and in our business. So in the spring of 2020, we started the project. The first thing we did was remove all the tree stumps and the old bluegrass garden and its sprinkler system that went with it that used up all this water. And we replaced, and then we went and hired Michael Blyer, who was a landscape architect, to come up with a garden for us that was environmentally friendly, with natural and local plantings that are drought resistant, et cetera, et cetera. And that summer, we implemented that. Let me, and this is our front yard now. There used to be grass there, nothing but grass. And now we have Japanese holly, hydrangeas, birches, butterfly bushes, and we now have monarch butterflies, which is very nice. And this is looking down towards Salem Sound, and you can see the walkways that we put in. Everything that's walkable is permeable, so that we make sure that the rains and the waters and even the seawater that comes up over that seawall is going to soak into the earth. This is, again, very nice location. So after we did that, hey, you have to excuse me because I haven't done this in 40 years, sitting up here in front of, since I was a vice president at Telesis, and I'm just unaccustomed to public speaking, so thank you. So the work to begin, we began to work to get rid of the fossil fuels in the fall of 2021. And I began by researching heat pumps. Now, heat pumps are not the same as air conditioners. You work on the same principles. An air conditioner removes heat from an indoor space and dumps that heat outside. And that's the only mode of operation it has. And a heat pump has a dual mode. It does what an air conditioner does, but it also does the reverse. It extracts heat from the air and it puts it into your house in the wintertime when you need the heat. So it's a dual action operation. Wonderful devices, and the only thing you need to operate it is electricity. So you can cool your house in the summer and heat your house in the winter, and all you have to do is provide the electricity for the pumps. And now we can provide the electricity as much as possible with solar panels. So that was the whole thesis of what we were going to do. We were going to introduce heat pumps into all our buildings and put solar panels everywhere that we could, so that we could achieve that. Now, I did a lot of research on heat pumps, and the three criteria I used was, what was the efficiency of the device? And what was the range of operation? And how quiet was it? If you're running an inn in a hotel, you don't need clunky old air conditioning. You ever been in a place where you have a window air conditioner and it turns on at night? You know what that's like. So it absolutely had to be quiet. So I settled on this device. It's a Mitsubishi H2i Hyperheat heat pump. And the ability of this machine is absolutely fantastic. This will extract heat from the outside and put it in your building, even if it's minus 13 degrees Fahrenheit outside. And it'll run at 100% efficiency when the temperature outside is 5 degrees. So you're never going to lose the heat in your house. And they're quiet, very quiet. So now heat pumps come in various configurations. They're from a single zone to a multi-zone. If you want to do this in your home, a multi-zone is the kind of system that you want to do. You'll use one compressor to heat or cool up to 4 individual spaces in your house. Now, the only problem that I have as an innkeeper is that our guests don't like to be in a room where the next guy is. They want individually climate controlled environments, and the multi-zone system will not do that for you. It has to be operating in either the heat mode or the cooling mode. So we chose a single zone system to put into our inns. Now, the Salem Inn consists of 3 historic buildings in downtown Salem. This is the first one. This is the West House. It's at 579 Summer Street and was built in 1834 by Captain Nathaniel West. The second one is our Kerwin House at 331 Essex Street, which is a neighbor of the Athenaeum. This was built by the Kerwin brothers in 1854. We own the left side at 331. There are 4 condominiums on the right side. Our third building is the Peabody House at 15 Summer Street, built in 1874 by John Peabody, and he was a purveyor of women's fine clothing. So we began the project at the Kerwin House. Now, as you know, this Kerwin House is in the McIntyre Historic District, and because it is in there, we know that there are all kinds of restrictions on what you can do to the exterior of a historic property in the historic district. So the Kerwin House has 11 guest rooms, a parlor or common space, and workspace in the basement for our workers, of course. So that would entail, because we want individual climate control, that entails 13 individual heat pumps. And because they are in a historic district, the compressors are always outside. So where are you going to put 13 heat pump compressors? We were fortunate enough to have 3 porches surrounding the buildings, two on a driveway to the left and 1 in the back. And we were able to tuck them in there underneath, take off the lattice work and put the heat pumps under the porches. That's one of the side porches. There's another one. There's a third one. And this is the rear porch. So, and then since you can't put outside stuff on the outside of the building either, all the connections between the compressors and the heads, as they call them, in the rooms had to be done internally in the building. That means bringing all the connections you can see. Let's see if you can see it up here. This is the electrical connection, and they bring it in through, this used to be an exterior window. We bring all the piping into there and then distribute it in the building. And that can be difficult too. So you have to find closets that are over closets and run them up inside the closets and then into the rooms. Or if you're going to have to, some of the places we actually opened up the walls and put them in the walls to get up to the 3rd floor. And then you have to repair all that. It becomes very expensive. And the third thing was to build chases around the wiring that's going up the hallways. But so these systems became operational this year in January. But we also wanted to put solar panels on this building. Now that presents another problem of its kind because it is in the historic district. Every one of our roofs can be seen from one street or another. You can see it from Essex Street, or you can see it from Chestnut Street, or you can see it from Cambridge Street. So we could not, well, maybe we could have, but I didn't want to go that route. So what we decided to do was put solar panels on our house on Winter Island. Now, if you can see up here, let me see. Oh, no, go back there. See those two upstairs? Those are solar panels. And I built a system on the roof that was much larger, much larger than the house needed. So when the house is satisfied with what it needs for electricity, then National Grid actually allows you to take the excess of that and target it to another meter someplace else. So we're targeting the electricity that's coming off this house on Winter Island to the building at 331 Essex Street, and guess what? It works. We have not paid an electric bill at our home since April, and I'm tracking now how much energy is being used at the Kerwin House. It's not going to mitigate it all, I know that, but at least it's a start. So when this was completed, then we started on the West House. Now, the West House is not in the historic district. It's across the street from it. However, it's in the urban renewal area, which is controlled by the SRA, which says you can't make changes to the outside of your building unless you get approval. Here we go again. So we put our plan together and we went in front of the SRA and its design review board, and they agreed to our plan, and we started putting heat pumps in the West House. Now, the West House has 22 in-rooms, 2 breakfast rooms, a lobby, and an employee work area. So it entailed at least 25 heat pumps, singular heat pumps, to hide someplace, because they don't like them out in the street either. So what we did, if you look at the fencing here, we put black mesh, a woven fabric, through the fence, put the flower boxes on them, and somebody's stolen my Ukrainian flags that were in there, but anyhow. And the heat pumps are behind that. So you can't see this from across the street, but you can see it when you're on the sidewalk in front of it. And this is going up into the entrance of 5, and you can see all the heat pumps all in array in here. And they, again, are pumped in. The plumbing is through a window in here and a window over there. And they, again, go up into the building in the interior, the same way we did it at the Kerwin House. And we also hid them behind, we made fencing. This is on the side of the building, and they are in a courtyard. This is where we have breakfast in the in season, and you can see the heat pumps out here, and over here. So we were able to do as much as possible to hide them so they're not really obtrusive. When we got these operational, let's see, in November, I'm sorry. We're also going to install solar panels on the roof of the West House starting in November. We wouldn't dare do it during tourist season because it would be just hell on wheels. So that's going to happen. And this is that we took out in 5 and 7 had a oil-fired steam system. that was installed, I believe, in about 1940. And it had radiators, steam radiators that go clunk, clunk in the night, all throughout building 5 and 7. And those are all been removed. The steam system has been removed. And this is what's left of the furnace room. This is where our solar batteries are going to go in. So the solar batteries that you put in here, they need a fire-rated environment. You cannot put batteries just anywhere in your house. It's against the fire code. You have to have at least a 2-hour rating on the walls and the ceilings. And what better place to put them than in the old furnace room? Okay, then we finally got, no, I don't want to do that, to the Peabody House. Again, this is in the urban renewal area, so SRA has jurisdiction over the outside of it. And we got a plan to them and they approved it all. And here we were allowed to put solar panels on, and you can actually see the solar panels up there. Now, if some houses you look at solar panels, and all you see is this silver frame and black, right? And it bunched together. The new ones, they mesh together and they actually blend into the roof very nicely. We actually looked into seeing if we could do this with solar shingles, but it was going to be much, much, much too expensive to do that. So we settled for solar panels and the heat pumps. And again, we hid the heat pumps behind fencing. This is on the side of the building. And so and the lattice work here is underneath the porch. And that's the entrance to it. And there are the heat pumps inside. Now, and then this operational, then we installed 2 solar batteries. And they are now all working. So that whole project is just about done, except for the solar panels that are going to go in the West House in a month and a half. Now, Diane and I were thinking, we do kind of strange things, like Diane starting the inn almost 40 years ago. So we decided that we were going to buy this building, which is between the West House and Peabody House. And as you can see, it's got a nice coating of vinyl on it. And there's a concrete that was put on the building with these oriels that are concrete. That was done after the fire of 1914. We believe it was done about 1920. And it used to be a single family house. And I'll show you what it looked like. Oh, no, I keep doing that. This is 1885. This is photographs that we obtained from the PBSX Museum in the archives. As you can see, it's a Federalist. It's a single entrance, single family center entrance Federalist. We believe it was built in 1760 and by a Judge Pyncheon, who was a Tory. This is all is being researched now by Historic Salem, so we're going to have all that information. And this is the back of the house. You can see the original, all the original sections. This is the West House right here. So we are going to take that building and do a historic restoration on the building. And the heating and cooling of this building is all going to be geothermal. In this area in here, we are going to put probably at least 3 vertical wells that'll extract the heat, just as a heat pump extracts the heat from the air. A water heat pump extracts with water as the refrigerant, if you will, from the ground. 10 feet below the surface, the ground is always at 50 degrees. Even if it's minus 17 outside, it's still 50 degrees down. You can always get heat out of the ground. So we're putting a geothermal system in here, and I think we can be able to solve a water problem. Well, the other problem we had is that when we have 40 rooms in our inn, and when the inn is full, as it is today and now through the middle of November, believe it or not, you have 40 rooms. That means 80 guests who are going to take showers between 8 and 11 o'clock in the morning, and they all want a hot shower. So you can't not use solar heat pumps, solar water heaters, or heat pump water heaters. But we think that a geothermal system might be able to solve that problem. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to install a water heater that's geothermally heated, and if it's successful, we'll be able to put it to the Peabody House also, which is next door on the other side. So we'll end up with at least 2 buildings that are totally independent of fossil fuel. That's it. I do. Oh, okay.
If you'd like to have a seat, anywhere you'd like. So thanks, Dick, for that incredible information. It's, I think, only the second property I know of in Salem that's embarked on geothermal, and that's a great choice. At this point, this panel is available to you for 10 minutes of Q&A. That'll bring us to 1:30, where or 12:30, sorry, and then we have an hour for lunch, followed by meeting back here at 1:30 for the walking tour. So I'm going to take my seat and then open the floor for anyone who would like to ask our panel questions.
Hi. So I have 2 questions. Dick, one of the questions I have for you is, did you work with any local architect, or did you do this all on your own? Is there anybody that you worked with in partnership to create these plans for your buildings?
Oh, no. You did that. I did it myself.
Great. Yeah, no, I heard you. And I guess the other question as a museum person is, Christina, one of the issues we have with relative humidity in our buildings is that during the winter, when we have the heat on, the humidity levels just plummet, and we at a non-ideal level for our collections pieces interiorly. So do you have that issue? And if so, how do you correct that? Because we don't really want to add humidity into the building. We're very loath to do that, at least at the Gables we are.
So one of our structures in particular, it's not on the North Shore, it's actually in Milton, Mass. The Eustis Estate, that also gets really low humidity in the winter, and that actually we have a lot of loaned pieces from other museums as well, so it's even doubly important that we protect those objects. Unfortunately, that is exactly what we did, is we did put in a humidification system. Other than that, I really don't know. We kind of went 0 to 180, and we put in like this massive system that was very heavily engineered. But you can do smaller things as well. I'm assuming this is for the House of Seven Gables. So there might be a few other options out there, but that's the only one I know of. And it sounds like that might not be what the Seven Gables wants to do. So sorry.
Greetings. Quick question for you, Dick. Well, 2 things. One, we're always happy to have you come by and talk about solar panels in the district. So please don't take our review process as a sense that the Historical Commission is not in support of solar, even though sometimes it feels that way. Secondly, if you were willing to share, because I was about to ask you about geothermal and you came around to that solution, and if you have some case study information that you'd be willing to share about costs and efficiency and how well it works, we would love to get that, because these are many of the systems that people are looking at. I mentioned earlier about a lot of the historic homes are now converting to the mini splits or the heat pumps, and we would love to hear a little bit about that, which are more difficult to deal with versus the geothermal. And then last thing, to me, there was an interesting aspect of your last two photographs, I think, of the, and I'm sorry, I missed the street address of that, the new property that you're planning to convert. 11 Summer. What intrigued me about it was the shutters on a number of the windows were closed over the windows. And I think one of the things we miss in our world of today, and everything is sort of fixed and set, is the transition that the old homes went through when they went into a heating mode or a cooling mode. And I think that was done a lot seasonally or a lot just during the course of a day, where you might, if you got a lot of heat in the room, you might close those wooden shutters and keep the heat on the outside of the building, rather than saying, okay, well, I'm going to bring it in the building and then figure out how to cool the building. And I think in some ways, starting to think about those strategies. So rather than saying, okay, I'm going to put on shutters and they're going to be fixed, and we always get to argue with people over shutters in the district, is there ways to think of those as operable parts of a building that then contribute to the reduction in energy that you might have, as well as be part of the historic fabric? So a couple of thoughts for you.
Now, where should I begin? The cost of these devices, as you could expect, are very high. I mean, this whole project, you know, it is immense. I mean, we're talking about 3 big buildings with like total of maybe 50 rooms in them. And the cost of this project is approaching $500,000. Okay. But don't get scared. A heat pump for a house, you can get 2 quad zone heat pumps from Mitsubishi. The devices themselves will cost about $8,000 or $9,000 each. So that those 2 things will do your whole house. It's the installation costs and the electrical costs added onto it that drives up the price. Okay, the geothermal systems, we are having a company called, they're situated at Salem State at the Enterprise Center. There is an institution in Salem that's going to be using them to put a geothermal system in, and I'm using them also to put the system in. I haven't gotten a quote yet from what they're going to charge to do that, so I can't give you that information, but I surely will when I get that information. What was the third thing?
Oh, just a comment about the shutters.
That, well, in my situation, those are in rooms, okay? So it's very difficult to, you know, you're going to have storm windows on them and all that stuff. So having movable shutters, what you're asking about, is not easy to do, because typically they're latched onto something on the outside to hold them in place, and then you have to unlatch them. How do you do that easily? You open a window and you reach around and you undo it, and what do you do that between guests coming in, checking out, checking in, and the shutters are closed? It becomes a bother. That's all. But we're going to put shutters up there.
I could add to that a little bit with the shutter question, where I used to manage the historic structures before coming to PVD Essex Museum, was George Washington's Mount Vernon, and we had operational shutters on the building which functioned exactly the way that you discussed, where on the hot sides of the house, the collections department would come at a certain point in the day every day and close the shutters and keep them closed. And it made a dramatic difference in ultraviolet radiation coming into the house. The flip side of that, which is accelerated with climate change, is that for example, our Andrew Safford house has 52 windows so 104 shutters on it.
Mm-hmm.
And every single one of them is a sail in the wind when we get storms. And every huge storm that we've had, even though they have their iron dogs or tiebacks and things, we get a few that go flying, and they're very expensive to have restored. What we've actually found for mitigating energy in the buildings is to have a low E exterior or interior storm, which you can almost not see, but very effective. And we're going through our buildings and keeping the shutters operational in the visual sense, but also discreetly wiring them to the shutter dogs so that they aren't a hazard every time we get a windstorm. And this is a particular problem now where you're dealing with most of these buildings that were built in the 18th century and even more so in the 17th were very carefully orientated toward prevailing winds. They faced south, and these things were deliberate. Now, where storms are more unpredictable and the wind directions come from everywhere, we're seeing increased leaks in our buildings that have never happened before, and also shutters on elevations that have become missiles in the air on a few occasions. And so although it's a great idea and it does work, it's a labor issue, and also once you've made those operational, they become kind of nuts.
I think we should probably leave it there, knowing that, and Dick, can you just turn that other, that we have a walking tour at 1:30 and an opportunity to actually see in person some of the projects that both Jean Marie and Christina were speaking to. Be prepared for the weather. We're still waiting on, of course, we won't know what it's really going to do this afternoon until it happens, but probably best if you can to bring an umbrella, a raincoat, if you'd like to participate in the walk. And such an amazing array of presentations from all of you. Thank you so much. And I feel like it really rounded out the morning in a wonderful way. Just a reminder that these are all recorded, everything that you've heard in the Morris Auditorium, and that's all going to be presented on the Preserving Salem website, as well as we'll be adding all of the resources that were mentioned, sometimes fast during presentations, plus additional resources that many of the presenters shared with their slides. We'll put all of those on a page with the materials that are part of the virtual presentations that you've gotten to experience. Please do complete the online survey when it comes to you so that we can know what are the things that are on the right track and what are the things that we're missing. And for those of you that are doing the walks this afternoon, you start out front of the museum at 1:30. The doors to the museum will be closed at that point. After everyone leaves here now, make sure you've got everything with you because the museum is actually technically closed today, but opened just for our group. And then at 4 o'clock, regardless of whether or not you're going on these walking tours, to definitely come to the House of Seven Gables for the reception. You can drive there or you can walk there, and we will be joined by Senator Joan B, who will be making remarks that I think we would all want to hear about, especially with the climate legislation that's been going in place at the state and federal level. And her remarks will be at about 4:30. So, okay, so another person you can interrogate about geothermal. And so thank you, all of you, for being here. Such great questions, such great attention to all of our presenters and to everyone who participated. It's really been an enlightening morning and evening from before and afternoon with the walking tours as well. So thank you all, and we'll see you coming up.